everyone, nice to meet you. Congratulations on Sonic 30th anniversary. My name is Masato Nakamura. I composed and arranged all the soundtrack of Sonic the Hedgehog 1 and 2.
Not too much longer now. Hello, everybody. Hello, Vector Sater, working through the realities of HUD 601 stream. Eblo is thinking about a flamethrower to deal with snow, because shovels do require a lot of muscle expenditure. Yeah. All right, I'm going to pop on camera now, slightly before the countdown ends, because the countdown started a little late anyway. But hello, everybody. Here I come. Pop back on camera. What's up? We got little sunspots on the green screen. Another Wednesday in the zone. Hi, everybody. So, interestingly, today, before I start this run proper, I'm actually going to do some live historical reconnaissance by playing a special stage level. Get the mouse out of the way. So that I can see for sure how much rings you get. When you get ring UFOs in succession, in a row, without any speed choose UFOs in between. So I wanted to see, time attack it's called. Attack sounds so violent. So let me go to the first special stage. And really what I'm looking for to pay attention to is to see. What I'm going to do is just get all the purple UFOs in a row, without getting any green ones. And I'm going to pay attention to how many rings it gives a fella for the first and then the second. So we will find out all for sure, canonically, the canonical way to get, more points in these special stages. So let's give it a shot. Go. Alright, so I want purple first. Take the drink. Okay, so that gives me 20 rings. So now is this next one going to give me 40 for a total of 60? Let's see. 40? Maybe it doesn't work in time attack mode? Oh no, now it's 80. So is this going to get me to 160? Yeah. That's crazy, dude. That's so cool. Okay, so there you have it. So interesting. That means it's interesting that, yeah, so Eblo says it just doubles your count. I guess so. I guess that these UFOs are the only way you can get rings. And it just takes whatever you have and doubles it. But okay, so what I should actually figure out is how much do you get if you go out of order? So this time I'm gonna do 2. So getting this next one will get me 4. It'll bring me to 40. But then I'll go get a blue one. Okay, so here's a blue one. So now I would expect, my hypothesis is this next one will give me only 60. Well, 40 to bring me to 60. And then I guess this one will just go to 80, right? What? Interesting. So did that just double what I had? Did you see that? Was I the only one that saw that? This is crazy. So I had 20, I got to 40, and then I broke the UFO. Okay. So the next one brought me to 60. $60 to 120. So that's interesting. I think it's exactly what Eblo had said. And yes, Keo, live historical reconnaissance, it just, as Eblo pointed out, it just doubles your count. So I guess the only thing left to see is what happens if I get 1 and then 3. And hello, Keo. And I'm gonna see. Alright, so I'll get 1, and now this is 40. So now I would expect it to go from 40 to 80. But I gotta get a purple one. So there's 80. So now is it gonna go to 160? Yeah. So interesting. This is fascinating. So what that means is, as long as you get 3 in a row, you're good. Oh no, maybe I'm wrong about that. Alright, without doing too much reconnaissance, I think we should just go for it. Okay? So I'm going to be playing the first half of the game today. And I'm just going to aim for it's not going to be a terribly different... So I got a 186 last time. So if 186 is my starting point, then maybe I will set a target score so that I have to go to 6 special stages. And then, let's see. Alright, why don't I just start the wager and then we'll base it on... I'll come up with the target score once I do that first special stage. Now, Eblo says the decomp is in the wild, so Eblo's going to look at the code. Okay, and Eblo says that the decomp is for the engine itself, so whatever's going on with those rings is probably in the game data. So that's not my domain, but it is Eblo's. So let's start. Delete a file, as is tradition. We'll even watch a little bit of the intro, because Sonic. Welcome to the broadcast, everybody. We got segments all day, which is to say during Sonic CD and the other game, Sonic Colors. But being that there's 6 folks right now, people are still making their way over. I won't get going with the segments immediately. Alright. Whoa. I laughed so hard the first time I heard this song. Because I had never heard it until I got Sonic Generations, and they had the JP Palm Tree Panic, and I think it was just the human voice chorus going, woo, that just made me laugh so hard. I just wasn't expecting it. I mean, mind-blowing CD quality audio that I was just not prepared for, because only rich kids in my country growing up had Sega CDs or certainly Sega Saturn. Sega Saturn was a rich man's console, and I was middle class, so I didn't get to play Virtua Fighter or Saturn 3D Blast, Sonic 2D Splash. Eblo says, speaking of that CD quality audio, why did the past tracks use the sound chip instead? My first thought of what that might be is just, I'm gonna screw this up if I'm not paying attention, that there was not enough space on the disc to make CD quality audio for all 4 versions. So I assume that their choices were either to make all of the Zones music really quick and short, or just say, alright, pass, screw it. I mean, thematically, it's so literally perfect. Uh-oh, is this dangerous? This bit... I never understood that bit. I mean, I understood it, but it's like I don't know what they're going for. There's really nothing else in Sonic games that's quite consistent with that tunnel gimmick thing that pops you out of the wall like a Looney Tunes cartoon. Hello, Ghosted Burb. We got Ghosted Burb. We got Kyo giving us the classic Seinfeld decree. No Burning Rangers for you, because I didn't have a Saturn. Eblo says if it was a normal size CD, it should have had about 700 megabits to work with. I bet you that Stray Fox's video talks about that. Stray Fox's video will often tell you exactly what the storage space was for, levels versus audio versus music and such. No, I can't talk about that. Kyo says that we were before hearing the same lifeless version of this song that plays an SRB2 cart. I'm sorry, I know that was like a couple minutes ago you said that, but which music was it? Was it special stage music? No. Okay, the intro. Lifeless because it has no lyrics. And that's the classic philosophical quandary with that. It always sounds amazing and epic to me. But it sounds lifeless and an incomplete shell of its former self. To those that are familiar with the actual original version. Alright, is this my classical space to travel? I don't have a sign. It's not gonna work. Toot Toot Sonic Warrior, that's the one. Eblo looked it up. It was a little north of 640 megabits. So you doubt this game came close to hitting that limit. Yeah, I mean, the entire game, though, was on the CD, right? So whatever a CD can store, that had to have the game and the audio. I don't know if it works as simple as that. Now, are there more ring monitors over at the Twin Towers? Which I think the Twin Towers here in Palm Tree Panic had a cameo in the Sonic Superstars video. Nice. JJ's in the house with the song request. I look forward to that. Hello, JJ. And yes, thank you, Kyo, for checking in as to whether the YouTube chat is open. It's open for business. And although I haven't seen Zach Lucky in production say anything, it could be any second now. This is not a hazard, right? What the... Is there a spring in the ceiling? Yeah, okay, I could see the spring that time. Wow, does this spring only send you through? If you, alright, I'm thinking about this. So, going to the special stage now. Yeah, Eblo says entire 3D PS1 games were within 700 megabytes, so you don't think a space issue prevented the past music from being CD audio. So that's now that makes if you were well, actually I got to focus on this. Remind me of say something about that. So I'm gonna get 3 purple ones, and then a blue, and then so I guess this will give me another 20? Yeah. So, interesting. It's better to do the chains later rather than do it all at once if you can, but... Okay, so... 10... 154. Alright. I just have to do a bit of calculation here. So let me pause that. So let's see. With this, I had... So I finished in 77 seconds. So 77 times 2. 77 times 2 is 154, so there's where that comes from. Okay? And then I had, what was it, 100 rings? And you get basically double 1,000 points for that. Right? Because I had 100 rings and I got 20,000. Okay? So I tell you what. The target score for all special stages will be 120 rings and 50 seconds. Okay? Now, 50 seconds would give me, what, 100,000? Yeah. Yep. Or 10,000. 10,000. So that's 10K for time. And then 120 would be 24K. Okay? So that's 34 times 6, because I'm only going to do 6 special stages for today. So 34 times 6 is 204. So that's another 204,000. Yeah, that's a lot of points. 204K, that's going to like double. And hello, Sonic and Tails over on YouTube. Okay? So that means that just from special stages, I'm aiming to get 204,000, right? So if I now factor that into the spreadsheet, it's going to be 186 plus 204, and I'm sorry, I'm thinking of all this math out loud. 186 plus 204, 186 plus 204 will be 390K. All right? So let's go ahead and make it official. 390K is today's wager. So that's the first 4 zones, and 6 special stages. Okay. So wager. Will Alex get? We said 390K. So I'll put a full half hour on that to bet. Betting is now open. And I'll just quickly put on a little text thing here on screen. So text wager. All right. Without further ado, I think we're good to go. There's the wager. And yeah. All right. Sorry, let me catch up with chat here. Oh, nice. JJ heard a little bit of Palm Tree Panic in the Knights arrangements. Very cool. I was lurking a little bit of Knights and some of Sonic 3D Blast, as you're going to see later in today's on-screen segments. Eblo says that, yeah, what we're finding out about the system makes sense. You're chaining rings together instead of grabbing the power-up that helps you with time. It's like the special stage equivalent of hitting multiple enemies with one jump. Yep, it's like a combo. Combo bonus. Hey, how's it going, Third Bruno? Yes, now JJ was, and I caught that part of the stream where JJ was getting emotional at that there Rusty Ruin. Yeah, and let's just say that Sonic 3D Blast Saturn will come up in segments today more than once, based on things that were talked about at JJ's stream. Third Bruno's doing good, and then Eblo reminds me that I'm supposed to say, yeah, what was it that I'm going to unpause and play now. Not to worry, but let me resume gameplay and try to remember what I was going to say. It was right before the special stage. Put the volume down a little. Keo has a warm hello. I'm burning up, and I don't even have the little space heater on. We'll try that. All right. Now, what was I going to say about the audio? Let's see. Let me remind myself what I was saying. I was talking about Stray Fox's video. If you do remind me at the end of a stream hangout, then we can pull up the Stray Fox video, because he has a CD video, and I'm pretty sure it talks about, I think it might even have like a pie chart based on how much space the disc has and all that. So that, and I believe that he comments directly on, the decision to use the sound chip for the past. And I would have thought it relates to the amount of size available, but I could be wrong. That there's Stray Fox. Right. Eblo was saying that the file size was likely not the reason why, that they did the past songs using the native chip and such. Whoa, glitch. Can I get an award? I need awards. They help your resume. Gotta get ahead in this world with awards. You ever go to an award show and feel entitled to an award? Because I think Beyonce do. Oh, that's a deviously placed badnik. Alright, but I have a courtesy feature sign here I can use. The good future tonight. Oh, what have I done? Play good. Right, so JJ, if he was going to have a hypothesis, would of course say that, oh god, it could be intentional, saying this way of producing music is a past, CD quality is the future. So that was, I think, maybe what I was kind of circling back to, right? Before Eblo said that stuff, I was like, well, size limitations was the reason why, but it is thematically perfect because it's the old way of doing things and the new. But it turns out that if indeed it was not a file size concession, that it is exactly and only that they did it to represent the two eras of audio making. Eblo says, based on unverified Googling, hey, I need to Why didn't I travel? Did I get the future sign now? Here it is. Don't waste time. Our net worth is set. Yeah, Evlo likes that theory. Alright. Evlo follows up with that saying the 1995 version... 95? Was that the PC version? What about CD 93? Wait, did Sonic CD come out on the PC in 90... What do you mean by 95? Because Vanilla CD was 93. Hidden Spring. Get these rings. Go back to the left. Ah, Windows 95. So you could walk into a brick-and-mortar Bill Gates store and just find Sonic CD in a classic CD-ROM jewel case on the game shelf. That's pretty epic. And I never got to meet Bill Gates. But I don't want to anymore because he buys into math is racist. That's all I'm saying. Eblo says, and listen to Weezer on your computer. Hey, how did you know that in the absolute advent of Napster and Morpheus that I downloaded the Sweater Song by Weezer? And it was this mysterious, otherworldly, holy grail of music song that was so bizarre and interesting to me. Because a kid in my class in 7th grade told me about it. You know, and then that age, you get cheap entertainment and giggles out of, he said, destroy my sweater, and then you get completely nude. I'll soon be naked. Guys, Weezer, it's mainstream. Don't worry about it. JJ wonders if the run of PC Sonic CD came back in a title for certain systems. Run? Oh, first run? Wow, Sonic CD came as a pack-in game with the Sega CD, was it? Okay, so is that why it sold 1 million copies? Is that people have, often congratulated Sonic CD for its sales numbers, but if it was packed in with the Sega CD itself, I have to wonder. Oh, okay. Eblo, I didn't know this, said that Windows 95 came with a Weezer music video to show off the CD capability. Oh, okay. Sorry, JJ. JJ is saying, in terms of it coming packed in with PCs. A PC? Why can't I get where I need to go? A PC came packed in with what is essentially a Sega CD originated game? That's worth making a Cybershell video about, my god. How am I getting, still after all these years, finding these? And look, it's not super confirmed, but it's JJ, so there's a reasonable possibility of it. JJ was posing it as a question, not super confirmed, so we'll have to get the research team on that. Oh god. Alright, no more rings up top. It's time to leave. I won't even get the 10 rings there. Alright, so new special stage. I guess the best way to do, right? Ideally, I'll just get all 4 in a row. And that's probably a lot easier to manage in these earlier ones, that they're pretty easy to beat anyway. But for maximum pointage, I ought to get purple. Like that. And now this one, dude, watch. I'm going to have 40 rings. And to think of all the wagers that I ever did with special stages, I was completely unaware. I was probably getting this points multiplier sometimes and, right, of course, never being even aware of it. Now, is that? Yeah, that's all of them. Now I got speed shoes. So maybe I should get the speed shoes first in some of these levels. Get the speed shoes first, and then use those speed shoes to get the hardest UFOs. because the hardest UFOs to get are often easier with the speed shoes, because the hardest UFOs are often over the water a lot of the time. So if you get the speed shoes, that's going to help you, you know, the Kool-Aid level. It's hard to get that one in the corner, man. All right, not half bad. 111K, living my best life, unlocking and experiencing new content in Sonic CD that I never experienced before. A level design premise. It's almost like, you know, you have mission mode or just different criteria. It's all. This is Naoto Oshima's gameplay equation that I'm experiencing for the first time. And hello, King Moly. King Moly's in the house saying Weezer was the Wii Sports of Windows 95 Weezer. You know, it's so funny that Weezer, you know, they're supposed to be this punk rock garage angst band, but they came as a pack-in music video with a Windows machine. And you're gonna think I'm lying, but I'm not. Weezer did a cover of that song from Frozen 2. I think it was actually in the movie. And yes, I saw Frozen 1 and 2 when they debuted in theaters. And that is the ultimate power of having a girlfriend at the time. Now Eblo has a great question saying we need to dig deeper. Do special stages behave like that in all versions? That's a good question. And when I saw this discussed on the wiki, it didn't specify, so I assume it's all versions. But knowing that CW's team doesn't have a perfect track record with, although, well, Christian wasn't involved with Sonic 3's points flub. And hello, Sagai Vi. We got King Moly, Sagai Vi. What a crew. That's enough to crash land us into our first on-screen segment, coming early. Now, you guys know about the Switch 2, so I'm not going to, recount any of the super obvious details about it. Okay? But one tidbit I did hear recently about the Switch 2 in terms of subsequent, micro leaks. Is my hood being weird, man? I didn't even notice it was in that weird conflated conflagration positioning. So I heard an interesting tidbit that's not super surprised. Well, it is actually a development. It's not just something we necessarily knew. So it's just an unconfirmed leak rumor thing at this point, but the rumor is that the Switch 2 will launch with a game that has 9 in the title. Now, again, Mario Kart 9, that's obvious, but I point that out only because up until now, I don't think it was a sure bet that the new Mario Kart would even be called Mario Kart 9. Because it's 9. It sounds like a labor. It sounds like, all right, come and get your 9. We did 8, so we have to add another one to the books. Right? You call it Mario Kart 10 or Mario Kart X, that's badass. So, okay, so JJ says Mario Kart Cross Tour is Mario Kart 9. Now, that would make sense, but is there any official acknowledgement of that? Eblo says maybe someone's unintentionally throwing a curveball. They want someone to think it's Mario Kart, but it ends up being something else. I mean, let's be honest. There are plenty of games that could anchor the Switch 2's launch that have 9 in the title. Like Mighty Number 9. That's kind of like the obvious sure bet. I would say a Mighty Number 9 Switch 2 port is certainly in the cards. Evlo is still waiting on a 3DS copy of Mighty Number 9. Sounds like someone got burned on Kickstarter. You got your 999, was it, sorry if I can't remember, was it Eblo or someone else that requested a song from 999? That game, 9 rooms, 9 people, 9 doors, 9 ice creams, I forget. Where do I need to go? Future sign. But I know there's 10 rings to grab over here. And a future sign. Watch out for the bugs. Most, if not all, of the enemies here in Sonic CD are bugs. They're bug-based species. And it was supposed to be a bug spin-off in the cards that would rival Nintendogs, but it never shook out. Sometimes they announce these things, nothing happens. This can get me the travel I need, right? Alright, Eblo confirms it was Eblo. So then you got your Mario Party 9, which is a good one, and then Mega Man 9, which I think was technically a PS3 game. I could be totally wrong about that. Don't cite my source on Jeopardy. JJ says, Tour is officially acknowledged as a canon Mario Kart game because of 8 Deluxe's Booster Pass. So with Nintendo being Nintendo, JJ is ready to give his Nate the Hate prediction that the next one will be 10. I think they should call it 10. It would be so awkward to launch. Oh, Mario Kart 9 for Switch 2. All these numbers. Worked for PlayStation. It worked for PlayStation. Now these things don't even shoot bullets anymore because we're in the great future. No more bullets, Eggman. Alright, we've had that on screen for a bit. We'll have a new bit soon. King Molly says if it'll be Mario Kart 10, what's the bet they'll just call it Mario Kart X? I mean, if Metal Gear Solid 5 could get away with having the V, the Roman numeral, in all of its branding, where there's a Will, there's a Kojima. And a Mario Kart, I don't know, it might sound too extreme for kids. X. Like that movie, XXX, with Vin Diesel. It's canonically called Triple X. I'm going to the past and I don't want to. Alright, gotta be really careful. Because I gotta keep these rings. There's no dangers in the spring yard, is there? I just gotta take the lower route. Alright, I'm safe. This level looks so incredible. It's so amazing. Look at this. All eras with this crowd in the background and the city, man. It's truly fantastic. Vector, hi Vector, says a number is just marketing to an executive. Nothing stopping them from naming it Mario Kart 9 anyways. Less confusing to people who didn't play Tour. The thing is that Nintendo has done that in the past. Is Mario Kart Wii Mario Kart 7 in the numbering? Alright, so now that I'm going for the purple ones, I do have to reapproach my approach to this approach. So I missed he. Gonna get he. Oh boy. So there's my 4. Yeah, so if Nintendo has already considered Mario Kart Wii to be Mario Kart 7 without the number, then there's ample precedent for them to call the Switch 2 Kart 10. JJ thinks that they're done with the numbering subtitle. That was a Wii U and 3DS era thing. And yet, the entire console is called Switch 2. I honestly think them being more open to numbers is a Furukawa engine decision. Right? Furukawa prides himself on bringing, a measured business perspective. And I honestly think that that's Furukawa the Hedgehog telegraphing to investors that, listen, you thought Reggie's kind of weird presentations were off-putting and weird and strange. Maybe you thought Iwata was going off the rails with his insistence on having a dual-screen era of gaming. Listen, my name is Furukawa. I know business, not indulgent artistry. Watch how I give you shareholders immense value. I'm going to call it Mario Kart 10 on the Switch 2. They're going to have soulless numbers that will make it perfectly right. If you call a game a certain name, you're just losing sales. It's like when I talked about in the music theory video for, can I time travel here? But I want the rings. Is there a future sign over here, or is that... That's some momentum platforming. Vector Sater has the Xenoblade Chronicles bit. Xenoblade Chronicles 1, and then X, and then 2. Wow, but Vector is saying that despite the X, it's Xenoblade 2 in all but name. Isn't it technically a spin-off? Eblo says maybe just instead of attending business meetings, he just sent private tweets with the conference room that start with, "This is Furukawa." And he's got a lot of nerve doing that, since that's Miyamoto's quirky, awkward bit. "This is Miyamoto. You're so lucky to hear me talk to you today." A la Kiro Talks. Ooh, everybody listen. Kiro is about to give a talk. Let's travel to the future, baby. Like Robotnik was never there. Vector's giving the shout out to Mario Kart World Tour. JJ's got the Jack Black DLC. Mario Kart Warriors of Rock. Alright, I don't want to get the pass sign. Oh god. No. Did you just see that? Can I get a Sonic expert to help me make sense of what... Look, I'm not complaining at all, believe me, but how on earth did I deflect that pincer that the Mantis threw? Yeah, EB's in the house saying, Xenoblade Chronicles X is like CD. Yeah, CD is its own thing, so Sonic 2 is just Sonic 2. Eblo has the game theory. That's just a theory, a game theory, that Alex is hacking the game. Run invalidated. So I don't know what that was about. I mean, is there any ability... Oh, wait. Alright, now I'm having a vague memory of someone in stream saying, oh, when you're rolling, you can deflect those things. So actually that is coming back to me now. Someone long ago pointed that out. I said, like, I know those Metropolis mantises are scary, but as long as you're spinning or rolling, you will deflect them. But I don't know... I'm honestly not sure if it's... This will be very interesting research to do. If you're rolling based on momentum versus spinning in midair from a jump. Because what I was doing just then was... I was still rolling and bouncing from when I left the, No. I was bowling and rolling, having come out of the not the half pipe, but the big U ramps, you know? Why is this going on so long? Amy said, told ya. Amy said, told ya. EB says, it's still a main game, just not numbered. No, it's not though. So Oshima has explicitly said that it's not a sequel. It's not a sequel. So, am I get crushed in here? But I know what you mean, EB. It is just as it's just as important in the Sonic lineage in a way, but if you're on Jeopardy and Mayim Balak is still there and asks you, the clue is the sequel to Sonic 1, you have to say, what is Sonic 2? Because if you say just Sonic 2, it's not in the form of a question and you die. And I don't know how many lives they give you on Jeopardy. And yes, JJ, wondering, did I avoid a boomerang? If the boomerangs are the thing that the green mantises throw at you, then yes. EB says Mario Kart Wii is 6. Okay, and 7 is the one that's super numbered. Yeah, so there you go. Yeah, EB is talking about the lineage. Right, it's weird. It's not a spin-off, but it's also not... Well, I don't know. I mean, I would ask a Sega historian, like, is it proper to say, is Sonic CD a mainline Sonic game? For that to be true... No, which... I got a blue UFO, I made a mistake. But the thing is with that, let me focus on this since I flubbed. Yeah, but is there any other video game series that... Oh wow, so it's gonna now probably double the rings that I have based on the amount that I lost. And I just got another one, oh my god. Making mistakes. I flubbed that, but it's not too bad, 100 rings. Yeah, EB says it's still a main game, in your opinion, just not numbered. Yeah. I mean, it's in Origins, that says everything. I guess the fact that CD is not in the elevator teaser for Mania, it's just something historians would point out. Now, EB says Resident Evil Code Veronica is a main game and all but number. And then... But it's not like Veronica substitutes for a number like Mario Kart, right? Because, yeah, from the sounds of it, like, if they made Resident Evil 1, 2, 3... and then Veronica, and then 4, it's like Veronica is not a spin-off, but it doesn't count as 4. So I think I kind of get that. I'm trying to think of another example. I mean, from what Vector Sader said about Xenoblade Chronicles, like, am I getting the sense that Xenoblade Chronicles X is not so radically different that it wouldn't be considered a spin-off, but... Okay, JJ says Metroid does this too. Well, Metroid does the Mario Kart business model. But Resident Evil and Xenoblade have a different business model where there's a game that's still mainline, but it's not a numbered sequel. JJ says Other M is mainline, but Dread was still 5. Other M. I don't know. Is Other M mainline? Is there any other Metroid game that would apply to where it's not a number, but it's mainline? And I don't know if anyone would bother to count, like, Federation Force or whatever. I guess because it's not a major console. Yeah, EB points out Prime Hunters. And then I would be quick to say, like, oh, but Prime Hunters is handheld. However, some mainline, main series numbered Metroid games are handheld exclusives, which is hilarious. There's a Furukawa business decision. You want a sequel? Buy a new machine first. We accept credit cards. We just need the expiration date, month, and year. JJ says, play Metroid 2 on Game Boy. It's great. And EB agrees. And JJ says Prime is now canon. Correct me if I'm wrong. I think that Prime, at least at one point, if not still, was considered to be a spin-off. A sub-series? Is that technically the word? Sub-series. Oh yeah, and as EB points out, just like Metroid, numbered entries of Mario Kart can also go from console to handheld. And oh, you really liked this game? Metroid 1? Well, if you're interested in a sequel, I hope you're willing to consume video games in a whole new way on a portable console. It's going to need batteries. You're only going to feel as good using it if you're on the go. And those times that you play at home, you're like, all right, I'm at my home and my TV is sitting right there. And yet here I am playing on this tiny screen. Uh-oh, bubble. Give me that air. Now, I want to know if the original Sonic CD makes the numbers of the drowning disappear the instant you get the bubble. That's always bothered me about this game. I don't know if it's like that in the original. It may very well be, but that's such a big deal. It's really irritating when, you know, you're still seeing the sprite of the number for a few frames, right? Most Sonic games are good about that. That number disappears the instant you collect it. But having it there, it's like, oh wait, did I actually get the thing? Do I need to stop and go get another bubble? Now, EB points out the Super Game Boy. Yeah, that is a thing, isn't it? I've never actually seen or used one of those in real life, only in YouTube videos. And I believe they had something like that for the Game Boy Player, right? The Game Boy Advance had a GameCube connectable thing. Alright. I'm gonna play it conservative. And just go to the special stage. Eblo points out another example, Luigi's Mansion 2 being Luigi's Mansion Dark Moon. And then when they did the HD port to Switch, didn't they just put a 2 on it? Make it official? Vector says the Kirby games all happen sequentially, but just like Sonic, there isn't any really sequel not numbered games, except Kirby 64. So Kirby 64 is its own separate thing, but Forgotten Land is fully canon. Alright, want to focus on the purple ones first. Okay. Damn. Damn it. Oh, thought I could anticipate it. What, 47 seconds, man? Oh my god. It's coming this way. I need it. Alright, 20 seconds. Oh my god, how many times I'm gonna miss this puppy? Time refill is essential. zigzags. Speed shoes to finish it off. Where is it? There it is. What's the best road of approach? Oh no, 10 seconds. I can hear the fan so quietly. Oh. It's coming back. Oh my god. Alright, I'm gonna get it. It's gonna come right back to me. Could have lost. Yeah, Sam... No, JJ says serious. Sam does that. Vector says they numbered the Dreamland games. 64 is basically 4. And EB says the thing with Kirby, to drive to point home, is that it's considered one lineage, disregarding any numbers in the titles. Except 64. And then EB says, like with Mario World in the US. Is Mario World... I know Yoshi's Island is called Mario World 2, but is there an alternate title for Mario World somewhere else? How about a new segment? Okay, this, saw this over at JJ's server. Otto Yeah the Hedgehog has cleared all emeralds, true ending, all 5 save files in Sonic Superstars. And look, if there was more files, I'm sure that Otto Yeah would have beaten it more times. But I thought that that save icon was pretty epic, especially with the, that text. It says, Ultima Historia. What does that mean? Is that the name of the last level in Sonic Superstars? I'm trying to even remember what the last level in Sonic Superstars is. Is it Hell Factory or Egg Factory? I don't even remember. Oh, epic. Vector says that translates to last story. Kia wonders, what is this? This is Otto Yeah's save files in Sonic the Hedgehog Superstars. EB is ready for his Superstars segment. JJ says Otto Yeah is qualified to sing the praises of this game. And JJ remembers the classical days of doing a similar thing with classic Sonic games. You get a clear on all the files. I certainly did that. And I think... I'll take this for the welcoming committee rings. I think that I made it so that all of my files had clears in like Sonic 3 and Knuckles file select. And I had to have at least one of each character, and as you fans very well know, in Sonic 3 and Knuckles, there's a different character icon for clearing the game normally, and then a different one for like the hyper form if you get all the super emeralds. Which, of course, you're going to brag about that at social gatherings. You'll state it with pride that you got all the super emeralds. Keo says there's a typo somewhere. And then EB said time for a Superstars segment. By segment, do you mean like I'm going to stream it next week? Or like the on-screen segment? Nice. Ghost of Burb's sister and Ghost of Burb did that too. You had a save file for each picture. And I think not only are those pictures so awesome, but they also, yeah, doing that gives you a concrete, it's such a simple thing, but it's enough of a micro reward that you feel compelled to do it and feel epic. Nice. Bam Kwazam just finished Shadow Generations. Good game. And Bam Kazam loved it. I'm glad you enjoyed it as much as me, it sounds like. And then Kyo says it should be datos and not dados. But that's in-game. Is that Autoyez's native Portuguese? Brazilian Portuguese, to be specific. And yes, EB pointing out how, yeah, that's a US title, that Yoshi's Island Mario World 2. Which is why EB will never give credence to the Yoshi is a Mario game side of the debate. I mean, Stray Fox has a great video about Yoshi's Island, and he explicitly describes it as it's a Mario spin-off. So for many years, yeah, I was like, dude, it's epic. Not many people realize. You have to stop and think that, right? Yoshi's Island is a numbered canonical Sonic sequel, Mario sequel. All right, purple UFOs, all in a row. Yes, 2 in a row. Does Autoyat even know about the purple UFOs mechanic? Oh, I missed that. Damn. I'll take the drink for that. That's worth the drink. Oh, more drink. I don't want the drink. Oh, I almost had the Some Call Me Johnny undershoot. Yes. 160 rings. Now this was special stage 6, right? Yeah, so no more special stages. So all the rest of my points gotta come from levels. And I apologize, we're running, it's obviously gonna go past 5 p.m. But there's only one more zone, and yeah, no more special stages. And maybe if I secure the points soon enough, we can just kind of call it to get things moving. You know, if I get to the Wacky Workbench boss, and I got all the points I need, we can just call it a day. And man's dying. What a chump. Yeah, Eblo points out, Mario is actually a Donkey Kong game. Yep. It's a numbered sequel to Donkey Kong Arcade, 1986, or whatever it is. Am I supposed to go back up now? Why am I rusty on my rusty ruin maze? Yeah, JJ points out that the Mario series is all about characters from other series getting their own games. It's like a Beavis and Butthead Daria spin-off, or King of the Hill. It's good for branding. It adds sales, because people are like, I know what that is. Oh, Yoshi, yeah, I remember him. So I'll buy this full-price game. I'm not even hating on Nintendo, I'm just demystifying it is all. Eblo says Hank Hill is rumored to be coming to Fortnite, which sends us right into our next on-screen segment, Coco Melon. So I watched a few videos about what Coco Melon is, and yeah, so I was thinking about pranking JJ by shadow dropping by playing the JJ song. So there's a JJ song in Coco Melon. And it's all about JJ, and I didn't want to jump scare you with the video itself. I wonder if EB has seen... I guess JJ is the main character's name in Coco Melon. So I didn't know what Coco Melon was really. EB mentioned it maybe like a month ago, because someone in his household was enjoying the Coco Melon delights. Yeah, EB's heard too much of the show, man. They got over 1,000 videos. So what I've actually done in the past couple days is listen to videos about Coco Melon as far as the falling spires, the societal impact of it, and kind of the concerns. Because apparently, I'm trying to think of something that this is similar to, but apparently the show is designed with like extreme scientific precision to maximize, the child's attention. Right? Like algorithmically designed to be just liquid crack for babies. And it's, so addicting in some cases that the kids have tantrums when you pull away the Coco Melon. And let's see. Yeah, so all JJ's heard about it is that it's evil. And I can understand where now that I've watched those kind of Coco Melon reports, I can understand why people would say that it's evil, because it turns the kid into a zombie while watching it. It's like their eyes are totally glazed over. So yeah, it's so interesting, and I appreciate you sharing this, EB, saying that you've been trying to get your nephew off of Coco Melon, because it's led to some, not so good behaviors. Let me take it off the screen, but also, say hello to Darthumi. Amy Rose got that Tsunami appreciation. Heck yeah. I'm all about the Tsunames. But yeah, EB said trying to get your nephew off it because it's been bringing up some bad behavior. And that's one of the things I heard where, like, for example, there's a Coco Melon video about a kid who doesn't want to take a bath. And for most of the episode, the parent says, okay, it's bath time. And he goes, no, no, no. Did I get the generator? Yeah, because flowers. He goes, no, 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 I don't want to take a bath. So the entire, webisode is a push and pull of trying to get the kid to take a bath, and he goes, no, no, no. Now, at the end of the episode, he finally relents and takes the bath, but apparently, like that, then now kids start doing that. The parent in real life will tell their kid, okay, it's time for dinner, and they'll go, no, 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 right? They don't really make the connection that was a bad thing that the kid did that he corrected by the end of the webisode. Should I just keep these rings? What am I going for? $3.90? Yeah, now JJ says you thought it was just some kind of online thing, but at the shop today you found some Coco Melon yogurts. Yeah, so I also didn't know that it was like just a kind of a YouTube source thing. I just assumed it was Nick Jr., but no, this is some private business that made a YouTube channel and is algorithmatizing a whole generation of kids into subservient transfiction, I'll say. Oh, there's not a little pipe in here? Vector wonders, how did we get to Coco Melon? It was the on-screen segment, but it sounded like you heard Coco Melon come up in a competing broadcast. What were they saying about the Cocos? Alright, no more special stages because I got 6. Right, so EB had said it's basically a baby sing-along show, basically a color stimulus overload and that was the thing they pointed out, that like the most that a shot will last is like 2 seconds. Most of the shots are like 1 second, 2 second, and then it just cuts to something new. It's visual overload, right? They study the kids watching it to see what their eyes are looking at, to kind of fine-tune what... They were saying, like, your average run-of-the-mill TV show, you know, you get the kids' full and undivided attention like 15% of the time, and with Coco Melon, it's like 75%. Wow. EB was not allowed to watch Caillou as a kid. And now that you're older, you can see why? Wow, I didn't know. Caillou? What's the Caillou concern? That's interesting. Because I certainly heard of Caillou, but I think it was kind of mostly after my time. Vector was watching a streamer who said, I hate Celebi EX players because I know they're watching Coco Melon in another window. Interesting. Evlo says, are we talking about the show designed to give peace of mind to parents who just want some easy answer to raising their kids? So that's interesting because, you know, it does seem like this is kind of playing out in real time in our culture where these families are learning the hard way that Coco Melon is a very effective short-term solution for, stopping a tantrum? For making a kid not be bad? But if you get them so used to it, then it has what appears to be very serious long-term consequences that just make it harder to parent rather than easier. Oh, okay. Vector explains Caillou is a bratty little punk. EB says he's constantly throwing tantrums and hits on his younger sister. Hits on? Hits? Or hits on? I gotta make sure what's going on here. Ghost of Burb is ready for a whole generation of narcissists. JK, I'm just being silly. Ghost of Burb, I wish I could just say it's but the fact is that's, you know... I'm hearing more and more of that, you know, the workforce of kids that grew up with YouTube, that they show up to the workforce, they're totally entitled, they totally collapse at any sign of adversity or disagreement, and then they hide behind their phone. They would rather, you know, talk to you on Discord rather than an in-person or God forbid, a phone call, right? That's why people are having a serious conversation about the effects of Cocos. And then EB says, you recently found out what you did, Alex, and explains a lot about your nephew. What did I do? And how it connects to nephew? Ghost of Burb hides from phone calls, shrug. Well, that's not necessarily a problem. I just mean it in terms of like a work situation. If there's a work situation that requires a phone call, all I'm thinking of, you know, horror stories I've heard where someone hires someone and they're doing very poorly at their job, unforced errors, and when it comes to talking about it, they're like, I'm not feeling well. Can we just text? Honestly, like, I myself try not to have unnecessary phone calls. But it's not like I ever use, not a preference for phone call to like avoid something. Oh, okay. EB says the Coco Melon formula to keep kids hooked with negative offense. But then, just so I know, you had said, I recently found out what you did, Alex. What did I do? JJ wonders, maybe Sonic CD is the antidote to Coco Melon. I mean, Sonic CD is a game with a great deal of visual colors and stimulation, and yet For most gamers that tried this game in the 90s, it was like, what the hell is this? I don't want to look at this. This is too wacky, wild, inflatable fun. Oh, okay. Gotcha. You found out the same thing that I did. Okay, so EB, you didn't know about, like, the concerning parts of CoComelon until kind of recently? Because, yeah, as soon as I saw this video about... I watched a couple of videos about, you know, CoComelon controversies. And... Oh, I'm running out of time. I've got to get out of here. Alright, it was just a couple weeks... Yeah, and so I thought about EB... And I didn't want to put you on the spot necessarily, but I was curious to see what people thought about that. Because I've heard other people just casually mention CoComelon in the past. And so I'm wondering if there's kind of a general societal awakening to that. Yeah. And EB says, iPad kids in general are cooked. Yeah, they're kind of... brain circuitry is fried. Am I gonna lose? Because I don't have enough points? Can I get 10,000 points in this level? I thought I had this in the bag. And alas, I better hustle. I assume I need these rings and that it's in my interest to get them. There's some more rings up here. Down here. I think that's it. 70 rings, gonna get another 10 ring monitor, and then hopefully I can beat the boss in under a minute and a half. I'm sure I can. JJ wonders if LS Mark or Saber Spark have talked about CoComelon. If LS Mark has a video about CoComelon, that would be the most fascinating cultural document. It's so funny to hear him talk about things like Diary of a Wimpy Kid with utter sincerity, as if it's like the canon media of... But it is the canon media of his era. There's just... I guess that's a testament to LS Mark's writing that, you know, it... You hear him talk about the Fairly Odd Parents. Alright, let's see if I lost. I think... 3,000? That's gonna be enough. I gotta get 390? Yes! Alright, I beat it by 4. Nice, man. Oh, that's... I'm proud of me. So are you. So is Dathumi. Hey, what's up, Wonder Woman? You're just in time for my victory. Fist pump. Okay, now Eblo makes a good point. Is this where we find out that the extra time I took to chain purple UFOs ended up costing you time bonuses? Yeah, so that's absolutely something to consider. And as JJ points out, every Act 3 has 100 rings, so I'm sure there was 20 more rings buried somewhere. Is there something I was going to respond to? But yeah, anyway, let's pay out the wager and then get set up for Sonic Colors head-to-head wagers versus JJ. Well, nice job, Polar Wildcat Studios. You get the biggest piece of the pie. And it's not a big mountain of rings like at Casinopolis in Sonic Adventure 1. But it is channel points. Canonical notes. Yeah, remind me. I would be interested. Okay, what I was going to respond to was, yeah, EB Boy having trouble watching LS Mark, because I do too, and it's nothing against him. I've talked about it on the air before. I'm curious to know about more of that, though. And then also, EB makes a great point relayed about, the Arlo business model, that he's copy-pasting the modern books for profit. So he's just churning out issue after issue, it sounds like, to get rich. Yeah, pumping it out, Goosebumps style, Yeah, so I will have more to say about that once we get going with Sonic Colors. So, I'm going to send you to the waiting zone, and pretty soon, it'll be a head-to-head matchup against JJ, who is not the inspiration for JJ, the main character of CoComelon, but he shares the same moniker. JJ. Yeah, EB says, it used to be so relatable and special. It's already a huge issue in adolescent literature, what the soulless churn out copy-pasted new issues. Eblo says, if Eblo was the Joker, you'd play Sonic Colors in black and white. JJ is glad he's JJ and not JZ. Not to be confused also with Jay. Your pal Jay. Vector watched a whole lot of cartoons in his youth, and that includes The Fairly Odd Parents. I do think that Fairly Odd Parents was at the very end of me still watching Nickelodeon, so I probably saw like a couple episodes. But yeah, watching the lifelong agony of LS Mark and how he copes with Fairly Odd Parents, we'll talk about it at Sonic Colors, if I remember. Invader Zim, let's effing go, says Ghosterburb. Now we're talking niche, underground, beloved cult favorites. Cult in a good way. EB Boy wonders if I ever touched Powerpuff Girls or Dexter's Lab. All those questions and more will be answered at Sonic the Hedgehog Color Me Rainbow. That's the activity booklet kit that comes with the game if you buy it in, Canadian or Mexican territories, year of launch. Ignore that Simon. Javid's popping in to say hi. Hello, Javid. Hey, it's this great intro. I honestly think this is a 10 out of 10, Sonic theme. Eevee Boy wonders if someone requested that tune. It must have been the Origami King Red Streamer battle. No, but Gordon Freeman 64's request is now in the mix, and one from Kyo will be included in the next cut. Alright, so today we're going to do a handful of head-to-head, technically score wager. It affects rank, but it'll all come down to the score. Okay, who will get the higher score, Alex or JJ? And I guess I'll just do 2-minute bets. But, yeah. Vector agrees. This intro just hits in the right way. It was a moment in time. Eevee hasn't played Colors, but you got chills from this at the symphony. Yeah, it's that caliber of a song. Alright, so yeah, honestly, I'll let JJ pick first. If JJ has a preference. And I can just follow JJ's lead by looking at his feed of where to go first. Alright, let's do 1-1, because to its credit, Level 1-1 does do a phenomenal job at teaching you the game. Alright, so I will start the 2-minute opener bet. 2 minutes have begun. Let's start with 1-1. Here it is. Alright, I'll put the countdown in chat, I guess. And yes, Kyo, the wagers are indeed per level. So, we'll start out that way. I don't know if you had a different idea of doing it, but 3, 2, 1, and go. The adventure begins. I haven't gotten an S rank on the first level. Eevee's got a bad feeling about Alex's run. And if there's any graphical issues, I'm sure that's Gordon Freeman 64 will have us covered. Yeah, this looks a little bit sluggish. Maybe it'll give me just the reaction time I need to succeed in life. Yeah, this is bogus frames per second, huh? It's still playable, but I wonder if I'm having a slight advantage of reaction time. Does it look weird at all to you guys? So beautiful. I mean, this game has always been in 30 FPS, which is, for many people, the sticking post. It's a Sopranos expression, sticking post. Am I not supposed to go down here in this level? I'm losing rings? Well, at least give me the red coin of justice. Because the red coins are worth a heck of a lot. I died, and I'm gonna lose my points? Alright, so for Powerpuff Girls. No, I never saw Powerpuff Girls, and Cartoon Network was always this just kind of elusive channel that I didn't really understand. I somehow intuitively felt that the channel was not for me. I don't know, I was all about, how do you duck? Like that. It's a different button than Shadow Gems, I think. Yeah, so, I was always aware of Powerpuff and Dexter's Lab, but somehow just the frequency of those shows did not align with my tastes. I was like, oh, that's that other channel. Somehow I feel like it's best to come up here, but I bet it's not. Although, no, I got the drill now. Drills are good. Pills are good. Dumb and Dumber. Now, I forget how significant the points bonus is for the ring still in your possession by the end of an act. And it's insta-death if your color drill runs out mid-dig You just up and die. Hey, this looks like Area 52, True Area something. Roger, Craig, Smith. Oh, red ring of justice. Damn it, I missed the red ring. That's a whole lot of points. Alright, I died at the beginning. Yeah, you only seriously get rings? Alright, JJ took it. Goes to Burb, says Powerpuff Girls was great. JJ took the victory. Sorry you don't win anything, Javid. No one bet on old Alex. Alright. EB says 53. What's that? True Area 53? Really? It's Area 53? It's not 2? EB wonders if I would saying I would have loved Codename Kids Next Door. Yeah, that I don't even think I've heard of it. Let's do, you know, a bigger level rather than a smaller one. Alright, sorry. I wanted to just click to see if it had show you the best time. Sorry, I can't find my words. Wow, Keo says, funny, because from your end, Nickelodeon was the elusive channel. Now that's a graduate level thesis topic worth exploring. So, what factors lead any given kid to think of this or that channel as like the main channel versus the elusive one? Vector Sater is gobbling up something. Vector, watch all the cartoons. Alright, alright, yeah, so the only thing is that I can't see how much, although it does tell you which wisps are involved, but I guess that doesn't tell you a lot. I guess we should just do 1-3 as a goof. So guys, a chance to win big is starting now. 2 minutes have begun. 1-3, here we go. And hey, what's up, 14th letter? If you were really hoping to see Act 2... Ah, thank you, JJ. I didn't realize that you can press Z to see your best time. And don't forget, you get a sidestep bonus just for sidestepping. So you should do it as much as possible. I think I missed my opportunity for good points winning. With that. Now, is there any other things that I was going to talk about at the end of the last block? I know I've issued my statement on my Powerpuff Dexter resume, or lack thereof. So now that's all out in the open. Now, does this want me to come back and use this laser on this? Can you rotate the camera in this game? Well, that was useless. But I know how to mash buttons. Wow, EB wasn't allowed to watch SpongeBob. Do you know what the reason was? Because that was after my time, but I was pretty much allowed to watch, you know, I don't think there was any Nickelodeon shows that landed on the no-fly list. Color bonus. I know how to use colors. Now, will that drill refresh itself, I wonder? And is there a refill? Alright, there's a refill right there at least. Oh yeah, those refills refill themselves. Like a good refill should. I love the way it pans out the camera so you can see a little bit. Oh, I'm gonna die. Now, is there a refill up here? No. I just screw myself. Kyo's gonna be busy for a while, or is that EB gonna be busy? Yeah, Bamquizam wonders if I remember Slime Time. Yeah, so the most slime content that I saw on Nickelodeon was through, what is it, Family Double Dare, and later Figure It Out. Figure It Out, hosted by Summer Sanders, the Olympic swimmer that more than half of boys developed a heavy crush on, which in turn drove sales and drove viewership numbers, because Summer Sanders was the kind of person you'd want to have a cup of coffee with. What's it called? Wonder Woman got away with watching just about anything. Yes, Vector shouts out Legends of the Hidden Temple. That was an epic show that I watched plenty. And then, yeah, so Slime Time, like that Double Dare. Nickelodeon had good shows with like awesome obstacle courses. Obstacle course content on Nickelodeon was truly fantastic. It predated American Ninja Warrior and Wipeout. All these knockoffs, riding Nickelodeon's coattails. And so, yep, and Vector says what I was also thinking that too, Nickelodeon Guts. They did such a good job of having one specific epic obstacle course that they always did as the finale. And of course that's the Aggro Crag, the big mountain that you climb on Guts, but then also the temple, the hidden temple in the title of Legends of the Hidden Temple. I want that laser. Only 30 frames, only 30 frames. Can I not get back over there? I don't care about the time cost. Yeah, I don't know how to get up there. That's one way. Now that was a laser, right? So where's the laser path? Ah, that's a throwback to Mystic Cave. That's the way to do it. 60,000 points, I'll take it. Aw, now I got a laser I can't use? Now, EB wonders, wow, they show you the second goal. JJ got an S, and I'm gonna guess that I did not. A. That's 2 victories for JJ. And I'll let JJ pick the next one. I'll return the points since no one bet on JJ. But yeah, any suggestion for the next level, JJ? But yeah, I was there for all that. That was a revelation, a moment in time. I watched always the SNCC. SNCC was the 2-hour block of programs. And yes, Hey Arnold was also fundamental to my childhood. Alright, JJ's ready for Sweet Mountain 1. So of course I hit A by accident. 14th letter certainly has fond memories with Sonic CD, and I just barely won today's wager. That was a nail-biter. Sounds like Bamquizam is ready for Sweet Mountain, and dude, as I've said in the past on streams, Sonic Generations was a pivotal Sonic game because it was what exposed me to Sweet Mountain and the music. I'm like, I gotta check out this game because the Planet Wisp level is great too. Ghost of Burb and Ghost of Burb's sister used to climb the stairs like you were climbing the crag. So classic. And I bet you threw pillows down like boulders. Vector is getting nostalgia from this in a bad way. So much of your early life was spent watching TV. Well, it helped form and influence the person you are today. Wonder Woman loved Keenan and Kel, got the orange soda bit. Did I start the wager, man? Alright, 2 minutes have begun. Sweet Mountain 1. Let's do it. Here we go. Sorry I hit the button, JJ, but you'll probably beat me anyway, and it doesn't matter who starts when. Sorry, JJ. I'll pause as a courtesy. But yeah, betting is open. Wonder Woman watch shows. Of those shows, they were kind of after my time, except Are You Afraid of the Dark? Are You Afraid of the Dark was a show that I would watch it, but I didn't fully click with it. And I was a little bit too young. Oh, don't think I didn't see that red coin. 14th letter is throwing down a bet on Mr. JJ. Who it is rumored inspired the main character of Coco Melon the Hedgehog. DS64 HD edition. Prepare to Die version. DLC comes included. I think I'm going to be drilling soon, people. EB wonders if I ever saw Fat Albert. No. Well, there's the Keenan movie. Was there a cartoon too? I was only generally aware of him. Because he's like a retro throwback, right? Where does the game want me to drill to? Come on, where's the other drills? I'm going to die in here. Can you get stuck in here? Uh, 14th letter is looking to do the Ashura glitch on any zone besides Emerald Hill. I've never actually done the actual Ashura glitch, but I have played Ashura my glitch. Oh yeah, this will spawn a thing as soon as I collect it, so that you're not stuck in limbo here forever. Aw, you can go to the bottom? That's not what I wanted. I lost so many drill points. Was that necessary to kill all those enemies in the Mario Wonder background? Yeah, look at this. Am I getting points for this? Why should I care about this? It's just like a non-interactive consequence of pressing the button. Yeah, I've never heard of Renford Rejects, but I have heard of LS Mark. So, LS Mark's content is not like a regular part of my YouTube diet by any stretch, but as a, you know, a relevant cultural voice, I cannot resist checking in with him from time to time, and I'm gonna get this refill. It's gonna be awesome. Oh, am I in trouble? I'm gonna have enough juice to get back. Uh-oh. Focus. That was way too close. 14 letters got the cheat code. Should I leave through one of these pipes? If I do, is it just going to be more cake? No, that's the point. Looking for those red rings. Wow, it's like an impressive animation when Sonic just does a quick run, quick jump while running in 3D. A red ring buried down here. Oh, there's one off to the side. I wonder if JJ plotted out his routes to get all these 30k point red coins. Because that would be an advantage for him. Yeah, 14th letter, I would just not kind of fill up the chat with long, steps for things if they're unsolicited. But if anyone does want that code, you want to reach out. And I just missed that one-way red coin. JJ could have a leg up on this one. I got an A rank, but it's only an A. Not all A's are created equal. Well, while JJ finishes up his zone, how about the next on-screen segment? Alright, so these were actually supposed to happen during Sonic CD. So because we didn't get to them, I need to cut ahead to the actual stuff, which is this. Guys, Sonic 4. I don't know when they revealed the logo, but they revealed the logo. So it's happening. It's confirmed. They made a logo. And it's also coming out in March. March. Now that's kind of close to... The first movie came out in February, and now this is going to be March. So this will be a good way to get hyped up for... Oh, what does JJ have? 120 to my 128? I actually won. I beat JJ in a points head-to-head wager? Ah, JJ died. Wow, JJ died. Despite dying, JJ almost beat me. Yikes. 14th letter is looking forward to this date. Alright, let's see if there's a payout to be had. Yeah, there is. Nice job, Javid. You're gonna take a handful of the 14th letter's points. Because I got more points. Anything can happen. Alright, do you want to do another Sweet Mountain act, JJ? Although they look pretty far. Alright, now that I can see the records... Oh, these are all pretty short. You want to do Act 4? Let's do Act 4. Javid didn't think that I would actually win, and neither did I. EB says Alex's favorite Sugar Rush level. Alright, let's hit up Act 4. Unless you have another thought, JJ. But Act 4, I guess I'd rather do, you know, the bigger levels for individual wagers. Wonder Woman accepts all the points. But alright, let's go for it. 3, go. I'll wait for JJ. Sorry, I jumped the gun. It's got to be at least micro-coordinated. Alright, JJ's loading up. Yeah, so I guess there's nothing else really to report about the movie. Other than the date and the logo. The logo is now confirmed. So now you can start making fan-made posters. And I think, did I see they announced that as far as movie 3 becoming available more, is it already available on digital, but just not like the full version with bonus features and stuff? Like, could I buy it right now? Oh, I forgot the wager. Alright, let's start the wager. Alright, 2 minutes have begun. Alright, yeah, EB Boy says it's digital. So I might go ahead and get, well, I don't know. As much as I want to see it again, to having to hold $20 at this point. I don't know if I should hold off. Shadow will wait for me. Shadow will wait. He's a stand-up guy. Wow, and Lorestream already got it on the high seas. That's what I call... What's the word? I don't even know what to call it. I know what I mean. You know, being in the know, having access to the elite, efficient channels. Metaphorically. All these lasers I'm supposed to be interacting with. Nice. EB's gonna get the Blu-ray. It'll have all the deleted scenes. It'll have all the behind-the-scenes interviews with Kristen Ritter, who will express that she doesn't really know how she fits into things. and that she was just asked to join the movie. How about another on-screen segment? Kristen Ritter, shout out. All right, so here's a fun little trivia / micro game / ARG Mandela effect, okay? What you gotta do is I'm gonna say something about this, and you have to figure out what's actually going on with this, okay? So, what you see here is an idea that I had where at the end of, a 2-player competition level in Sonic 3, Endless Mine, Balloon Park, I had an idea, just as, a bonus feature, an extra cool-looking flourish, that when you finish your last lap, on that final lap, the game adds in a spring. So that as you cross that finish line for the last time, you get sprung up into the air to a new little nook up above. Now, and as far as movie 3 spoilers, I'm choosing my words so incredibly carefully. I'm gonna just say no spoilers, and hope that everyone can kind of run with that. Yeah, don't talk about movie 3 spoilers. Do talk about... Wow, does JJ already have an S rank? So yeah, as far as this ARG that I'm showing you, as far as my Fleet of Fancy idea for how to add a low-stakes tweak to Sonic 3's competition stages. Any takers? What is this a reference to? What fact am I dancing around? I didn't see... I got a D. So, JJ had a decisive victory. Nice job, JJ. Let's pay out the JJ wager. Nice job. Javid wins again. He's going to scoop up a whole bunch of Wonder Woman's notes. And someone else's fair amount of notes, too. Third Bruno bet down 1,000. Got some high rollers here, but nice job, Javid. Because JJ was the victor. Alright, Ghost of Burb, have yourself a good one. Alright, let's see, is JJ at Starlight Carnival? Maybe Starlight Act 1 would be the logical... I keep hitting A because it's the... it's B depending on what game you're playing. Alright, so... I guess I'll reveal the bit. But I keep hitting A. Sorry, guys. It's A in this dolphin configuration. Alright. Starlight Carnival Act 1. Let's do it. Press B this time. It's up here. Alright, EB says what region it is, or company, or console. Yeah, it's not anything like that. But alright, JJ, instead of doing a laborious countdown, why don't you start the level, and as soon as I see it happen on your feed, I'll just go. But Act 1 of Starlight Carnival. Alright, I'm about to reveal the underlying bit. So this image you see, okay, that is actually not my Fleet of Fancy idea. That is in Sonic Origins. Now, I'm choosing my words carefully because I have not done full recon on this, okay? But to my shock, when I opened Sonic Origins and played Endless Mine in the full screen 2-player mode, not 2-player, but the competition levels, Balloon Park, Endless Mine. I get to the end of Endless Mine, and there's a spring on the final lap. And it springs you up into the air, and there's like a new little upstairs nook that it kind of springs you into. Okay? So I'm seeing this and my mind is boggled because I don't think I knew about it. And now I'm asking myself, is this in the original game too? Or is this a fun thing that the Taxman and Stealth devs added in instead of fixing Tails' AI? So I can confirm that that fifth lap featurette is in fact not a random idea that I had, but it's in Origin, so it remains to be seen if it's in the original game. Bamkazam loves this level, and so do I. It's a good one. Slow door. So yeah. I'm still learning things about these beloved Sonic games, learning about the score mechanics in Sonic CD's UFO special stages, or learning about the final lap spring mechanic. I never knew. Javid's taken off. See you later, my man. Now, is the next on-screen segment Endless Mine related? Yes. So this is less of a Mandela test and more of just a straight-up trivia question. In Sonic 3's multiplayer competitions, look at the disco balls. In the two-player levels, one of the items that you can pick up if you have items activated is that ring. So, who knows, what does that ring do in the Sonic 3 competition stages? Because, again, I had an amazing wow moment where I'm like, wait, there's just a ring you can get? What does it do? And then I looked it up and I was absolutely charmed. But I wonder if anyone else here would know it without looking it up. Can't see the road ahead. You hear that sound effect? It was like, bleh. I'm sidestepping like a madman. Getting so many points, it's not even funny. Amazing camera work. Keo wonders if this ring item drops a fake ring. EB wonders if it steals rings from another player. So I'll reveal what it does. The ring item in those two-player competition stages is basically a hit point. It's basically a shield. Whoops. So when you take a hit from someone else's gimmick, you just lose the ring without, getting slowed down or losing your own whatever. It just nullifies one instance of damage. And I never knew that. And if I did know, it was... Enemy gonna fall on my head now? Where'd he go? What have I done? You die? Come on. That's a major setback. So yeah. The other item, I know that mode has a regular speed shoe, but it also has a slow shoe. It's gray. You're supposed to avoid it. Oh, it didn't kill my score. That's good. Because before, Javid had... No, not Javid. JJ, the other J, had said that, oh yeah, I died, so that explains partly why I won. So I guess I assumed it would wipe your score if you died, but clearly not. I see JJ doing the final epic camera twirl thing, and here's me wasting more time. While I wait for this crusher to crush, how about the next on-screen segment? So this is kind of a revisit of something that we talked about on the Discord. And that is... what you're seeing there, people, is one of those Tiger Electronic games. Like, there's Sonic-branded ones, and I had a football one growing up, even a Star Trek one. And so, if any of you guys had these things growing up, you know that when you first turn them on, they very suddenly just turn on all the graphics. Every possible graphic that could be on screen is revealed. And so, everything that happens in the game happens within the constraints of those things. Okay, yeah, and EB says that's also a Game & Watch thing. Yup. JJ says it looks like a doodle collection. Yeah, it's so interesting to me. We were talking about this on the Discord of working within the constraints of the time. Okay, so seeing this, Ghost of Burb proved even more Cool Kids Sonic gamer cred because Ghost of Burb has Sonic. Tiger Electronics. I don't think I ever had a Sonic one, but here's another throwback. Talk about technology of the time. I had a couple of those Tiger Electronic style games they didn't just have a screen, but they also had a physical little action figure behind glass. It's plastic, but I got a D. JJ wins. JJ got an A. Nice job, JJ. So let's pay out the victory to Javid again, once again, taking Wonder Woman's channel notes. Hey, what happened? I might have forgot. Alright, whatever happened, I didn't click the wrong thing. Maybe I just didn't do a wager on that one. But alright. You want down for like 2 more levels? Vector has something on his mind. Should we do Act 4? Let me see. Yeah, any thoughts on... Yeah, let's get some Planet Wisp. And maybe we'll just do a couple more levels and then get going with the song request. It's not going to be a mega stream today. Oh yeah, and then JJ seeing this picture of Ghost of Burbs, I didn't even notice. Yeah, the Stream Deck, which is similar to what I have, if not the same model. Planet Wisp here. EB says it has something to do with the sprites being burned onto the screen because no LCD. Uh-oh, I haven't even done much of Planet... So we can do Act 1, but not Act 4. Alright. I'll go ahead. JJ, you're good to hit the button, and then I'll hit the button when you do once I see your feed. Yeah, so the game that I had was just like a Tiger Electronic, but it had... It's almost like... there was a screen... But there was also a little figure. It was a football player, like a physical, tiny little action figure. So technically, you move the action figure back and forth with, I think, a little lever, whatever. And so you're basically playing a football game where you are the running back and you're avoiding the defenders to try to get around them. So that was a pretty cool gimmick. Am I supposed to be drifting, and will I drift into enemies and kill them that way? Bamquazam wonders if JJ is playing on a Wii Remote. And just to wrap up that story about the LCDs, I had also shared on the Discord that Sonic 3 by Tiger Electronics has now finally been adapted into a major motion picture with Jim Carrey. So it's long overdue. Sonic 3 is now a major motion picture. Bamkuzam wonders if JJ is playing on a Wiimote. It may very well be. What do you see in Wiimote input prompts on his screen? That would make sense. So alright, Sonic 3 is a handheld. I already shared that on the Discord. So let's go to the next thing. Alright. So here's a fascinating bit of trivia. Coming up. But to cue it up, what you see there is, I think, Persona characters on a date. You as the Joker on a date with a prospective companion. And so that made me think if, Scott the Woz has a video called Dating in Games. You know, dating mechanics. Oh, sorry. What's it called? Bamkuzam says that's Will. So there's other people besides Joker? Yeah, I guess my Persona resume is even more limited than I thought. So that's Will, not the Joker. Nice. And EB, while we're at it, reporting that someone reported that Sonic 3 finally passed Movie 2 in terms of revenue. Glad to hear it. Glad to hear it. Because I know Mufasa kind of struck back in some metrics, but it's also because Sonic is more popular in America than some European countries, I guess. I got a game over in Sonic Colors, the friendly, colorful game. Okay, so why did this come to my attention? It's because I was listening to a YouTube video about dating mechanics in games, and it brought to me the attention of one of the earliest examples of a game that kind of pioneered dating in games. And that's a game that likes to go by the name Girls' Garden. So the first trivia question is, who developed Girls' Garden? Don't Google it. Alright, JJ got an A, and I died, so I'm just gonna give it to JJ. Alright, Kyo knew. This is classic Sega, right? Sega, I'm gonna do the reveal. Nice job, Kyo. Girls' Garden was a Sega game. Now, JJ wonders if it was Oshima. Kyo wonders Naka. EB says Natsume. Dude, Sega is such an innovator between this and cell shading, they should get snubbed at fewer Keeley Awards. But yeah. You want to know how Persona got its start? And why they gravitated towards Sega as a publisher? It's because Girls' Garden. Which, interestingly, that game was from a woman's perspective, whereas I believe Persona, you only play as a guy. And you have the potential female love interests. Alright, JJ won that wager. I lost. So sorry I can't do any other Planet Wisp acts, JJ. Yes, Kyo says, another Sega innovation. Lock-on technology. Hell yeah, leading the charge in console gaming gimmickry. But in a good way. Alright. Maybe we could do like 2 more. Alright, Aquarium Park is a classic. Let's hit that up. I see JJ's at Act 1. And then EB thinks it looks familiar. I wonder which level. Oh yeah, because we have the Planet Wisp race in SRV2 card now. That's right, I forgot about that. Okay, Aquarium Park. I'm ready when you are, JJ, so I'm watching your screen, and when you go, I go. So yeah, I have to wonder how many dating sims are structured from the perspective of the guy versus the girl. Because it seems that when dating sims began, it was mostly, a female target audience. Yeah, Keo wonders if that Girl Garden, what it's called, may very well be one of the earliest examples of you play as a girl. EB thinks that the KFC dating sim was. KFC, Kentucky Fried Chicken, put out a dating sim before Sega did in 1984. Colonel Sanders is more of an innovator than we could have possibly realized. Colonel Sanders. Call me Cupid. Can I break these? I'm wasting my boost. Oh, okay. The KFC dating sim was recently. Was that like the sequel or trying to outdo Sneak King by Burger King? You buy a bucket of chicken and it comes with a downloadable QR code for a dating simulation experience. I don't have enough boost. Oh yeah, sorry Keo, we ought to have a wager on this. So why don't I start the wager? 2 minutes, people. Sorry. Alright, and we can get another on-screen segment. Alright, so this might be the last Sonic trivia game of the day. JJ is not allowed to answer this, but for the rest of you, which game is this from? You can do it, I know you can. I guess if you watched JJ's stream, you shouldn't answer. But that's a hint in itself. What game is this map from? And trust me, it's not from some random obscure RPG. There's a very relevant reason why I'm asking. Yeah, EB Boy says, those Burger King games aren't too bad. Yeah, steady frame rate, solid physics, funny face. EB says Castlevania, and that was the exact type of guess I was trying to bait you guys into. But it's not Castlevania. Think closer to home. Whatever that could mean. Now, you don't die if you run out of these. I love using the stomp underwater to fly down like a million miles. And I'll tell you that knowing what map this game is from, it's something that I should have known. I'm surprised that I didn't. And that's just one of many reasons to watch JJ's streams. Yeah, EV says that map is throwing you off. Well, what's really going to throw you off is finding out what game that's from. Alright, I don't think anyone knows what it is. So I'm going to say what it is, and I bet for the first 5 seconds, you won't believe me. But then you'll realize that I don't do troll bits like that, and it will be true. That map is from Sonic 3D Blast. 3D Blast. 3D Blast. No gimmicks. That map is from Sonic 3D Blast. On Saturn. The Saturn version added a map. I don't know why I never heard that in Cybershell's videos. Because some of my worst experiences playing Sonic 3D Blast is getting lost. And not knowing, like, kind of where I should be going. But the map, that's helpful. That's a map in a Sonic game that is not Sonic and the Secret Rings. Can you even believe that? I know, it's hard to believe. It's hard to believe. It makes you wonder if that was all a DLC prank by JJ, that he streamed a modded version of Sonic 3D Blast on Saturn. But that map, I can't remember which level that is, but it is a map. It's a canonical level. I'm still getting a color bonus, right? Such glorious jellyfish. And this was a Wii exclusive. And then they had a Wii U exclusive. Storybook games were Wii U exclusive. Wow, and JJ says the maps have different graphics per zone. Very cool. I'll have to spotlight some of the other ones at some point. Maybe more rings downstairs. Run out of color bone. You start drowning immediately upon the drill stopping? kind of cutthroat. Wow, JJ says that map also tells you where the lost flickies are. Now that's a crazy good quality of life feature. I have to wonder if the director's cut of that John Burton made even has that. Lost all style points with that one. Now, do you get good points for badniks in this game? EB wonders if that there map shows you where Tails and Knuckles are. Alright, I'm not getting any more points bonus, so I guess I should grab the rings and go. You don't think there's a chance I could beat JJ, right? No, because he has 2 million and I'm barely above 1. So these points are not going to do squat. JJ's got me totally cleared today. JJ confirmed the map does not reveal the locations of Tails and Knuckles. Yeah, Kyo's saying there was plenty of interesting details in that there Saturn version. Richard Jacques, new special stages. Oh wait, I got 204? Alright, so I wasn't... Wait, 2... Yeah. I lost, but it wasn't by a crazy gap. Sweet. Alright, I think we should do one more wager, JJ, and I would leave it to you to choose the level. JJ's choice. Wow, yeah, JJ says that in Saturn 3D Blast, there's so much more animation and life in the zones. Yeah, as Kyo adds, a lot of the art assets were retouched. Uh-oh, JJ's going to, the only level in this game that I didn't, completely fall in love with like I did all the others. Asteroid Coaster? Is that what it's called? Alright, so I will not forget to do the wager this time. Kyo says the Panic Puppet boss has colored arms. What, instead of boring, just metal arms? Alright, last wager is active, 2 minutes. Yeah, now JJ, and you're good to start the level. I'll start when I see you start, JJ. So JJ points out the fascinating tidbit, and this is also an on-screen segment coming up, but we probably won't even get to it, so we might as well talk about this. I was just as surprised as JJ to hear that 1-Up jingle in Saturn 3D Blast. So that made me think, is the 1-Up jingle in Sonic 1? Is that a Masato Nakamura composition? And if so, does that mean that they probably put it in Saturn 3D Blast without permission or royalties? I guess I would assume that jingle is Nakamura's because he's just credited. But it's also not a crazy stretch, the idea that someone else on the sound team did those kind of secondary jingles and menus. Maybe. That's worth looking into. And I wonder if that's before or after. It must be. Oh no, Frenzy. Before or after they. So of course you all know that they were maybe going to use Sonic 1 music and Sonic Spinball, but then found out they couldn't. Cooked up the replacement music for the title screen pretty fast. So I wonder if that was just a misunderstanding on the Americans team, or if that was just something that Sega's policy was not clear on. They didn't fully realize how royalties work with a composer for hire like that. But yeah, it was so funny to hear that jingle in there. And now I can't remember in my head what the 1-Up jingle is in the Genesis original 3D Blast. Like, is it Sonic 3's 1-Up jingle? Kyo says the arms are only gray in the Mega Drive, but it's not like the Mega Drive can't do colors, bro. I added the bro. How about another segment? Alright, so here's another fun fact discovered at a JJ stream, that when you go to the 3D Blast Saturn special stages, oh, these fans from Sonic Heroes back again. The special stages from 3D Blast, they have the ring sound gimmick where each subsequent ring you collect has a higher pitch, so it's like like that. That's something that JJ discovered in a fan game, and then he used it in his own. But it turns out it was maybe that was a Richard Jacques, personal touch. Aww. But yeah, ring sound effects with ascending pitch. It turns out it was Sega all along. Not that one guy who did a fan game that JJ saw. JJ got a C? So you're telling me there's hope? I've already died a couple times. Just mash the button to win these asteroid parts. There's no punishment. There's no punishment for hitting the button too early. You just keep tapping it. That works pretty much like Sense Move in Other M. You just keep mashing it, and once you're in the right spot, it'll work no problem. I don't understand how these gravities work. Oh, okay, JJ specifies that actually that ring sound effect is actually for passing through special time rings, which give you more rings for getting there quicker. Okay. There's a whole mechanic I didn't know about. Dude, it's not just new music, it's not just new special state, but even new mechanics. Come on, why do I... How do I... Alright, I lost. There's no rank... There's no rank worse than game over. Alright, let's hop over to the zone for JJ's request. Yeah, Kyo says very bland game over. We do not reward failure, says Kyo. JJ has the pull quote overheard at recess. Sonic Colors is easy. Cut to a custom blue game over screen. Thanks as always to JJ for a great set of competition wagers. There's JJ's feed and on his Nintendo Wii 1. You know, some kids in the know casually call the Wii U Wii 2. Let's go to the zone. Welcome back. It's not footage by Corner Boy. Okay, I'm typing this in here. I like this lobby music for Asteroid Coaster. Asteroid Coaster, like I said, was kind of always the level that I was just like, yeah, alright, it's there. I just didn't fall in love with it. I guess it's just the toe tapper is not as much of a Wow, JJ has the glimpse from the future where he can hear what I'm saying on Discord before I even say it on Twitch. There I go from Discord. Whoops, what have I done? All right, here comes the music. Now this one doesn't say Disc 1, Song 11. Do I need that there? Does it need to have Disc 1, Song 7? Oh, here it is. Alright, cool. It's probably the same thing. Moot point. Here it comes. Vector says Knights. I'm just saying. Hey, I recognize this song. JJ, would you like OG gameplay or remake Knights Brand New Dreams? JJ's up for the OG, and so am I. Alright, it's quiet. Let's fix that. Is that a modulation there? That was cool. And remind me to say something about Knights that I noticed during JJ's stream. That has 480 pixels, and that's just not enough. Hopefully this has better resolution.
Are you ready for a new kind of workout?
Nice, JJ is playing Knights like it's Super Metroid lately. Going for those dynamite ranks. Alright, these seems to be a lot sharper. Although it's the age-old controversy of should it look sharp or should it look fuzzy the way it would on an actual CRT or whatever. Alright, so this is Nintendo Completes footage, and it's about to grace the screen. Right now. Here it is. Yeah, so graphically, how does this look to you? In terms of authentic gamer credibility, should it look more CIT-ish? Alright, JJ approves. So what I noticed while lurking at JJ's stream of Knights is that there's certain items you can get. I can't remember if it's the rings that you fly through or not, but it's kind of like what we were just talking about a little while ago about how, like in JJ's game and in Saturn 3D Blast, each ring you get, the pitch of the sound effect gets higher and higher. So what I noticed about Knights is that it has a thing kind of like that, but instead of just going up notes, it actually does notes that I could describe them in music theory terms that probably wouldn't make that much sense, but they're not just random notes. They are, first of all, in the same key as the music you're hearing, and they basically spell out a musical phrase that's like makes sense as diatonic notes, so that was super cool. JJ also says that this is the real widescreen. Wow, so native Saturn had actual built-in widescreen, the way that Banjo-Tooie did. Saturn beat Banjo-Tooie to market. Alright, and JJ's recommending that we look into, listen for Palm Tree Panic, little touches and hints in the song. And then I can't remember if I read what Vector had said, that Asteroid Coaster's music was the only one you didn't spoil yourself on. So it stuck out to you more when you finally played it. That makes sense. Alright, I'm trying to find the Palm Tree Panic. Now, do you happen to know, JJ, if this is a Hataya composition? I can't remember how many composers there were other than Hataya, if any. But I know Hataya did that absolutely incredible boss music. And then the dragon began to yawn, whatever the song was called. I'm listening for Palm Tree. There was a lot of flashy colors at that altar. JJ thinks that this has got to be Hataya. It's got the hallmarks. I love the blocky pixels that represent, I don't know, just the current, the water path of your, it's basically your bubbles as you swim along. I guess they're not bubbles, but they're just, I don't know, the wake that you leave behind. Yeah, this is a heavily score-focused game, and you bet that it's going to have its moment to shine in the 25% sequel. I'm not supposed to give things like that away. And look what I went and did. JJ says it's pretty incredible how many combinations of the songs can happen in gameplay. Now, what do you mean by combinations? Yeah, what does that mean exactly? I got better at these rotation throw mechanics. I just wanted to brag. Yeah, so that's similar to Palm Tree Panic Bad Future. Dun, 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 just the rhythm. That rhythm disparity, as I call it. Ah, okay. So JJ explains that these arrangements are chopped up and sequenced to run off the sound chip. And the game dynamically changes the music based on the mood of the A-Life. Okay, so it's, and then what's the A-Life? Is that the little Nitopian Chow creatures, or is that something else completely? Is familiar? JJ says this is Palm Tree Panic. How is that Palm Tree Panic? Dun, 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 dun. Anyone else hear Palm Tree Panic? JJ says, can you not hear the overlap? Well, overlap in what though? The melodies? Or is it the type of the beat? Evie hears it. Yeah, the only concrete thing I noticed was the rhythm disparity that's in the bad future of Palm Tree Panic. Did I loop this bad, Larry? I think I did. EB's not sure if it's intentional, but it's cool. Yeah, JJ says it's interesting that I'm picking up on a rhythm, but you pick up on melody. Yeah, I wonder if my melody criteria is just a lot more particular. And, you know, I want my audience to know that when I say these two melodies are similar or the same, my criteria is very... What you might say is that it has to be really similar for me to comment on it. And I really just say that in terms of, you know, the original composition in discussions that have happened in recent months. Like, I don't want to have a reputation, and I'm not even saying that JJ or EB is wrong for noticing those. I'm just using this as an occasion to say that my thresholds for, oh, these are similar, is not so low that some haters would think that I'm just looking for trace similarities whenever I possibly can manufacture it. I'm listening to Palm Tree Panic intervals. Do-da-da-da, do-da-da-da. Yeah, JJ says it's not straight up PP, but you can feel it there. The song does the same things, maybe inspired by will be the closest comparison. This part sounds like Palm Tree US. Not really. Keo doesn't hear it at all. Third Bruno is getting adventure or heroes vibes. Yeah, and I think I mentioned I had that commenter say, oh yeah, most of Sonic CD is just borrowing lifted elements from that 808 State album, and I couldn't disagree more about that 808 State overlap with Sonic CD. JJ says it only appears in one section of two versions of the arrangement. Adobe Lightroom. Yeah, JJ said here's some Palm Tree again. Let me rewind like a minute. Is it that? I can't find the palm trees, guys. I'm gonna be honest. Hey, Gordon's here. Third Bruno can see why the sequel didn't sandwich the worlds as much as this did. Land above and below. The low render distance had to have been a factor in their decisions. Now, JJ says I rewound it on the bit. What, it was about to do it and then I rewound? Da, 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 da. Evie wonders what's the name of this song, and that would be, I guess, Gloom of the NHC? Says Nights into Dreams perfect album, Gloom of the NHC. And this is a pretty early on level that this plays in, right? No stream crashes, Gordon Freeman, I'm pleased to say. Vector's got the exact name, Gloom of the NHC, complete version. NHC, is that the Japan radio outfit, or is that NHK? Yeah, JJ says it's Claris's forest level. Guys, look, score in games. Right, literally the only difference in the scoring system between this and Sonic 3 or whatever is that Sonic 3, they didn't set, a set of letter grades. Oh, okay, this score is a D, this isn't C, etc. And the byproduct of that is that, in a way, you don't have a concrete target to aspire for. It's saying, like, this is... The devs are saying that this is an A rank. So you can say you've mastered the baseline level if you get that A rank. And then it's a matter of how high do you cross over that A rank. And I think that a lot of people who discredit points in Sonic 3, they'll say, well, there's no ranking system, so there's nothing to aspire for. The devs aren't telling you to try to get a better score. And all I would say to that is, if you play Nights into Dreams and you get an A rank, are you saying that now there's no more reason to try to get a better score? You would keep trying to get a better score to compete against yourself or your friends, right? It's not only about the letter. Vector says that NHC stands for National Highway Corporations. Yeah, JJ says it stands for a lot of things. Yeah, if it's only 3 letters, there's bound to be like 5 organizations that have them already. And wow, JJ, because he's in the UK, searched for it and got redirected to the NHS, the good old National Health Service, that even some Americans know the name of what it stands for. JJ says there's a lot of replay value. You can also explore the whole map and get free chips and points before the start of the first round. And bosses are random? Random bosses? So there's different possibilities of which boss you'll get to? Where's the palm tree? We'll get going with Choo Choo Rock. Yeah, there goes JJ. Palm Tree Panic again. So is it JJ? Is it in the lead melody here? The ba 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 ba, or is it more the rhythm and the beat? Like this? This is great. This is improv. And Palm Tree Panic is great and improv-y, but... Alright, JJ is saying similar to Good Future, especially. Axels, wind, dance. Is this that special hat where you have the incredible music that's based on the title screen song? It's such a good beat. It's so damn good. Third Bruno has the notes B, B flat, A, G, E, D. C. B, B flat, A. Wow, that's like a pentatonic on E. Yeah, EB hears it in the lead melody. I guess I gotta go back to music school. I'm just kidding. Well, if you guys are noticing this connection, I would be super curious. You ought to listen to that 808 State album. And you can tell me if you think you find similarities to Sonic CD like that commenter did. Like, JJ says, nah, teach JJ everything else I know, and JJ will be my protege. Alright, Kyo's coming to music school with me too. You're gonna learn all 7 modes. You're gonna learn what chords occur naturally in the major key and the minor key. You're gonna know how exactly every interval, the amount of semitones it is, right? I'll say perfect fifth, and you'll say 7 semitones, and you'll be right. EB is ready to revoke my cred. Yeah, EB, I'll type it in chat. So it's by 808 State. Whoops. 808 State. And it's called X something. It's like a play on words. XL. You'll see. I'm gonna type it in a moment. They picked a sales sacrificing title. Yeah. They sacrificed some sales with this title. So it's 808 State XL. Literally spelled like that with the colon. Whoa, look at this Sonic and the Secret Rings auto runner gameplay. Alright, Third Bruno is maybe going to give a timestamp later. Yeah, you can put the timestamp in, like, the Discord or something so I can listen to it later. Gordon says Blue Fire is on sale for $4. And by the time I get back, not only will it be time to look at Choo Choo Rocket, but maybe Gordon Freeman will have explained what Blue Fire is. What was that bag over the guy's head? Was that Famicom Detective Club? Nice. Gordon says that Blue Fire is a Hollow Knight-like. Yeah, Keo said that, that treatise I did about changing the key of a song is like tinting the Mona Lisa green. You're saying that's one of the few times things clicked in terms of like a music theory related thing that I kind of explained with intuitive success. Gordon wonders if Opera GX is safe. Yeah, so EB was saying, is it supposed to sound like CD? Yeah, so I'll have to find that guy's comment and I'll put the text of it on Discord. But he calls out specific songs on it, and it's all from that album, according to this dude. He goes, yeah, Collision Chaos, that's just based on X, and Wacky Workbench is totally one. So that makes it seem like it's mostly Ogata. Within this guy's theory, it's Ogata who's referencing 808 State, because those are both Ogata tracks. Yeah, so EB Boy is asking which song. I will find that comment, and I'll put it on the Discord. Yes, JJ says, yeah, and then I demonstrated it by doing the Simpsons theme on comical drum notes. And yeah, what? Did I do that on a timpani or something ridiculous? That might have been a Banjo-Kazooie sound font. Alright, so let's get going. We're just gonna, vibe with Choo Choo Rocket for like 15 minutes. To see what because this is a game that I do not have any experience with. And if not for SRB2 Kart, who knows where we would be? Kuzan wonders when we're gonna have a standalone Amy game. Well, since Princess Peach Showtime didn't come out until the dying months of the Switch 1, I would say it'll come out in the dying months of the Switch 2, which will not be for like another 15 years. Yeah. Guys, for better or worse, the Switch 2 generation will last 15 years. Be careful what you wish for. Eblo says, Amy the Rose will come out on Sega's next console. Bam Kazam is ready for Nights in Space Channel 5 to come out. Vector confirms that finally the gameplay matches this audio. And on JJ's stream a couple times he said, I don't know how to get that cage of chips. I don't know how to get to this cage. It's a lot of cool cage puzzles. Bam Kazam is looking for confirmation of the Dreamcast 2. No, it will be called Dreamcast U. The letter U? Guys. Choo-choo Rocket the Hedgehog, let's do it. JJ says we don't need more power in consoles at this point. So is it now a facepalm? If the Switch 2 becomes as powerful as a Series S, not an X, but still S, that's firepower. Vector thanks JJ for the redeem, as do I. Alright, so this footage will be courtesy of Retro Games 4K. But we're not going to watch at 4K. Let's try watching at 1440. But if it stutters, we'll just call the whole thing off. This looks like the Wii. Wait till you see this. This interface. Alright, attribution is this person. Kyo remembers or learns for the first time that this is a hangout. Yeah, Evlo says... Whoa, wait, that was awesome. I want to hear it again. You can pick the hertz, wow. Wow, I never heard that jingle with that pronunciation. Here we are with Choo Choo Rocket. Was this a launch title? Lorestream spotted the Choo Choo Rocket. Look at these Dreamcast and Canonical VMUs. This is history in the making. Yes, now, Kyo confirms it was not on launch. JJ confirms that there's also a GBA version. What language is this, man? They spell language differently than me. Wow, character, normal, ... download. Kyo confirms this is Spanish. All right, I'll skip ahead this menu waffling. We're ready to jump right into QuickBooks.
Move from books
I got to do my tax. Oh, he's got one of those handlebar mustaches. Look at me. EB says Europeans out here salivating at the Hertz option. All right, here we are. Dreamcast-worthy gameplay on a grid board. So, guys, is this Dreamcast-worthy? It just kind of looks like a simple handheld game. What's with this? I guess you can have 2D puzzle grid games, but... Kyo says, is it DC-worthy? What? Lorestream says, it's very addicting and chaotic. I don't know, I feel like you could make this game on a Sega Genesis. Where's the Dreamcast? Kyo says it had online, but so did the Genesis. Technically it did. I don't know about online matches, but you could download content. Kyo is not going to take me seriously on that, but you could make this game on Genesis, is my point. So what am I getting here that I couldn't get on a Genesis? What is this using of the Dreamcast's capabilities? Like, look at this. This is a browser game. So far. JJ says online play. So they wouldn't have made this game if not for, you know, to justify its existence. It's like, all right, let's make a Flash-based browser game, but it will have online play. So that, I could see, that makes it worth it. JJ wonders if it uses the VMU. Kyo says its existence is justified by being fun. I guess it's just like, if it's supposed to be a killer app that makes you want to get a Dreamcast. I feel like you could... Well, I already said it. I don't want to be too mean. EB says this is the breakout online multiplayer game, one of the first, and it did really well. Alright, if it was early pioneer of online gaming, then sure. But that would mean that if you're just sitting there playing one player offline, what are you getting? And it's not even that the gameplay I'm looking at seems bad, but if I could play this, you know, on Windows 92, hey look, the word Sega. Yeah, JJ says a good GBA game, right? This looks like a GBA game with Dreamcast graphics. Now, Eblo, much like me, has not figured out exactly what's the gameplay objective here. Is it that you're setting up those arrows and you're hoping that your character follows the right path? without, like, crashing into a hazard? Are those, like, enemies you got to avoid? Bam Quazam is getting Bomberman vibes. Yeah, Kyo explained. You lead the mice to the rocket and avoid cats. Yeah, so you probably have a limited quantity of those arrows to place to redirect them. Vector has a good way of putting it. It's top-down Lemmings with panel placement. And I think, no, it's not quite like the BioShock minigames where you have to create a path of piping for the green Nickelodeon slime. Heblo doesn't like rodents and wonders if you can kill them in this game. I think you're trying to make sure the rodents don't get killed, but it's kind of like Fable 2, where you can become good or become evil. I think Skyrim has a mechanic like that. So basically, maybe part of what these puzzles are is that you look at where the mice are starting, and you have to map out in your head, like, okay, if they go, are they going to get stuck? Where's the best place to divert them? Okay, Kyo says that they, by default, turn right when they reach a wall. This is very important. Okay, so you get eaten even if you reach the monster from behind. So all of these mice are just going to go to the thing, but you got to worry about the final one. Now they're just going on a loop, right? This is cool as a puzzle game. It's pretty cool. It's just... it's... smartphone caliber mechanics, guys. But it has online play. I get it. Kyo laments R.I.P. for the choo-choo. Vector says that in the board game biz, we call these programming games. Because they just take a little bit of programming to make. Okay, Lorestream says you can place arrows anywhere so you can screw other players over.
Until it's time to use it. With USAA, it's easy to file claims, schedule repairs, and act.
Not Army, go away. You can't use their business if you're not Army. EB says, isn't the online kind of Tetris 99-esque, where you hinders other by doing well? Like in a mean bean machine type of mechanic? Or like, I think Mario 99 had that, or it was called Mario 35. It was the Mario Battle Royale NES Mario 1. Heblo says it's a programming game because every piece has a unique function, and you arrange them to achieve a desired outcome. And that's basically what programming is. Kyo says you can send Kapu Kapu to other players too. You know, Kapu Kapu. EB says, I got that late 90s gaming journalism bug. Where's the 3D? I mean, guys, it's as simple as thinking about it, right? And this goes back to my classical debate with Sparky's Planet about, what is it, the GameCube launch? I'm like, listen, as much as I can vibe with Super Monkey Ball, that is not a game that I could persuade. I could not sell any of my peers on the idea of Super Monkey Ball. I mean, you run these abstract courses that are just floating out in the air. It's like, okay, this is cool as a launch game. Vector has got the pull quote from Wikipedia that this game was developed to test the Dreamcast's processing power by displaying many characters at once, and also to test online functionality, and that knowledge helped them develop the network portion of Phantasy Star Online. That's cool. You know, I even had that thought a few minutes ago. I'm like, having all these mice on screen at the same time, is that seriously something they couldn't do on the Sega Saturn even? Especially because their movement algorithm is incredibly basic. And I'm not saying that's a flaw, just that if those mice are as simple as obey the arrows, otherwise turn right when you hit a wall, like... Kyo loves this game. And I absolutely would never say that this is not a good game. It's not that it's bad by any inherent, but it's the Dreamcast. And these graphics they're not bad graphics, but they're not at all striking or memorable the way like Sonic Adventure is. Eblo would like someone to let Eblo play as the cat. Lorestream doesn't expect every game to use the full power of the system right off the bat. PS1 was full of experimental gems that could have been possibly elsewhere. Yeah, and I mean, you know, I'm not opposed to, games that aren't necessarily striving to get the most out of the hardware. I mean, I believe, I mean, it's just Wikipedia, but that's at least a plausible lead that part of this game's philosophy was having so many characters rendered and operating on screen at once. I can buy that. What does that say? Dream? As a shout out to the forthcoming Awkward Tuber. Kyo says I'm right about something. Also says Dream in a Swirl. Yeah, and EB says it's funny because both of these titles sold very well. What's that? Pikmin and Choo Choo? Eblo says I can't believe Yuji Naka supported that person. Dream the Awkward Tuber. Yeah, sorry, Lorestream. It was a bit. We like to have fun around here. And I don't even know that much about Dream, other than all of his controversies seem like seriously unforced errors. Rats, says Lorestream, potentially as an allusion to when Knuckles says rats when something goes bad, which is very discriminatory toward rats, especially in a series with anthropomorphic animal characters. Kazam says, you mean Dreamcast guy? I am familiar with Dreamcast guy. I've not watched a lot of us usually wear the Dreamcast hat. It's not him, it's Dream. He had the cheating scandal too with Minecraft. Well, cheating, he claimed that he didn't know it was modded. I won't even touch that. It seems a little bit smelly. Okay, EB was talking about Choo Choo Rocket and Super Monkey Ball as games that sold well. I mean, Super Monkey Ball's multiplayer was enough of a... It wasn't a hot sensation, but it was enough that people who knew about it were like, yeah, that's the good stuff. I'm trying to solve this puzzle. Oh, you can't let the monster get to the portal? Yes, and so Dream has had those controversies, but I believe that he was able to set the record straight. And it's on him for letting things get to that point, but yeah, I don't think, Dream was... There was some bad optics, but no serious misconduct when it all shook out. And I don't even know if he stopped making videos. I don't have that much Dream lore. Alright, yeah, Keo has a good idea. Maybe for wrapping up, we can put on some multiplayer bouts. I wonder who composed this. Was it Ray? It's gonna be 4 players. Deal with it. Get the new attribution. Keo's vibing with this music, it would seem. EB says, Super Monkey Ball was a sensation. Keo's getting that there nostalgia. Hell yeah. Say yes to Choo Choo Rocket. Yeah, for its time, online play was it was a selling point. Okay, so now there's 4 different goals, and you have to make sure yours go to your portal, right? Everybody move. Okay, so there's little shake up the equation special little events that happen. They happen rather fast. Alright, hey, this number of mice? Yeah, I could see a Nintendo 64 struggling to do this. Alright, it's kind of justified for the Dreamcast. Pablo says, this looks chaotic. Yeah, when you play this, Keo, is it completely chaotic, or can you really, tread water in a way that's meaningful and not just constantly struggling to just fight what's happening? Everybody move! Keo confirms it's chaotic. Yeah, Lorestream says, this is what you should have looked at first. I don't know, I think it made sense to see what the basic mechanics are for one person to put this in context where now I understand what they're trying to do. And so the mice, do they only... Oh, so the mice are just the mice. Here, I was thinking that there was blue mice and yellow mice. But really what you're doing is air traffic controlling all the mice to get the most amount to go to your goal. That's pretty cool. Look at all these Dreamcast processor quantities of mice. I admit it. Everybody move. Keo says each player can only put down 3 arrows. So using your arrows to impede other players means you aren't using them to guide Choo Choo to your rocket. You can't do both? You can't have, like, this arrow helps yours, but these other 2 arrows are for interfering with others? As EB says, eat your heart out, Mario 128. That was such, like, you know, a hyped grail of gaming, Mario 128. What could the graphics look like? Twice as good as 64. Keo says you can indeed do both, but you have to use your arrows smartly. Don't stretch you too thin. This is so fast, though. It's so fast. I feel like it could be slower and would work just as fine, maybe even a little bit better. Eblo couldn't bring Eblo to play Super Mario 64. You don't want to have to play 1 to 63 to understand the plot. That old bit. I'm sure you were there at Super Mario 35's reveal, pulling your hair because they didn't release Super Mario 34 in your territory. Just having a laugh, Eblo. Listen to the Splatoon music. Meow, 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 meow. And then it just goes back to this this beat. This beat sounds like it was in the Switch 2 reveal. Eblo says, you joke, but Super Mario Bros. 4 legitimately didn't come to your territory. And Sonic 4 didn't for a while. EB likes Mario, Sister 3. Catmania. Whoa, a 3D? That's the board we were just looking at, I think. That's pretty cool that they suddenly render exactly what you were doing in 3D. I'm surprised there's not more moments like that. It's just like a visual treat for the end of a round. Keo says the board is always 3D. So is there like a second level elevated above the bottom floor? Or just that what we're looking at is literally 3D, but they can only, you know, it's like 2.5D, in other words. They can only move on the two axes. But they are 3D, yeah, as Keo says, the Victory camera simply does a different angle. That's pretty cool. Eblo says, who's Arxis? Thought they were innovative? Wow, Eblo says you'd be surprised how many games make their HUDs in 3D. Like maybe Metroid Prime. It's just a guess. Eblo says Arc System Works, which is a developer known for fighting games that look 2D until the camera angle changes. Yeah, and JJ says, how many games make their title screens in 3D? EB's got the top-down vibe. Keo's ready for a port of this on Sonic Mega Collection 2. Yeah, which will maybe launch with the Switch on April 2. Guys, April 2 is not just a direct. They're gonna say at the end of the direct, available now. You have to run to Walmart. Spectre says that there were ports on iOS and Android, but they've been discontinued. EB says it's fine if I don't like the prospect of either game. Which game? Top Downs? Or are you talking about Choo Choo and something else? Nostalgia, people joining the server saying GG, that's great. This and Monkey Ball. Dude, I like Monkey Ball. I don't know where you're getting this. I like Monkey Ball a lot, but it's just not a game. I feel like if I went to any kid in my class in that era, and if I were somehow in the position where I tried to sell them on the idea of, yeah, no, GameCube is great, dude. I know it just launched, but it has Super Monkey Ball.
Rewards credit card, we could get it
They
today.
would laugh at me.
Wait,
They
we
would
could've
say,
gotten this
"What's
yesterday
the
at 5%?"
who that kids game? That kids game where it's artificial courses, not even environments, really." JJ's giving the shout out to PC Wizard 13. Because this was back in like the year 2000 when it was like, you know, very forward looking to be a wizard of PC building. Yeah, so yeah, Bam Kwazam says they used to say GG back then. Yeah, I wonder when that started. I certainly remember GG's, I think when I would play Half-Life and stuff. Wow, EB says that's funny because everyone you grew up with championed that game, even those of us who didn't know what a GameCube was. But how old were you? Because when the GameCube launched, I was like 14, which was just, you know, we were getting into that Tony Hawk and pro wrestling, and I was never into pro wrestling, but now EB has the summary of the Hollow Knight Silksong thing. Yeah, and I've listened to a few videos about that cake controversy in the past few days. Now EB's pull quote says, "Get excited for nothing tomorrow." But I don't think he said nothing. I think he said get excited for something, but then their public relations assistant said, no, it was just a nothing burger. Alright, yeah, so, yeah, okay, it wasn't. So, it was especially cruel because they posted a picture of cake as the profile picture and said, like, get excited for something tomorrow. And then people are poring over the cake image. They do a reverse image search. And long story short, they find the date of April 2 tied to the cake picture. And then with the Switch 2 reveal, with the Direct for April 2, right, you're a Silksong fan, you can only interpret that as one thing. Silksong launching with the Switch 2. Or maybe Silksong being truly announced with a concrete release date on April 2. But it was nothing. And I'm so upset about that I don't have an investment in Hollow Knight, but I look at Ghost of Burb, I look at thousands of fans out there who have, rewarded Team Cherry with their loyalty and support, and yeah, it really tears me up to even think about that. Right, EB says maybe it's a Switch 2 launch title, and that's what people were very rightly led to suspect until their public relations social media manager said, the cake is a lie. That message was a nothing burger. I mean, it could be so basic and petty and just wildly immature that the Silksong developer, William whatever, he got inside information about the Switch 2 Direct, and he just wanted to have his moment and say, hey guys, I know about the April 2 thing, right? I could say so much that I'm not going to say, except that I'm profoundly disappointed and upset that Ghost of Burb or any Silksong enthusiasts would have to deal with that. And yeah, JJ has heard that Silksong fans are pissed at their community manager or something. You can't believe fans have had nothing for... So they've had nothing for years. So actually, they did technically get something in the wake of The Cake is a Lie. In the fallout of The Cake is a Lie admission, someone did confirm that yes, the game is real, we're working on it, and it's going to release. Now, as simple as that is, that was technically a new development because they announced it 5 years ago to come out the next year.
What's up, guys? It's Jamie from Soccer.com.
And it's one thing if you can't make your deadlines.
Innovative and forward-thinking brands in the...
But to just not even acknowledge it and to go Half-Life 3 on your entire player base? Don't get me started on that. Yeah, and Kyo says, as both a Deltarune and Hollow Knight fan, Ghosty must be suffering, and it's these indie devs that rise to prominence by working within their means. And they let the fame go to their head, and then they gotta over-perfect their next thing that they think is gonna be their comprehensive it's just... Gordon is ready for Fallout 4 on Switch 2. Yeah, JJ says the game exists, no new footage. And again, it's such a micro scrap, but it is technically a development because when they announced it in 2019 or said it was going to be coming out in 2021, that year came and went, and they refused to say anything at all. Nothing. For the past few years. Until just the other day. Yeah, as EB said, these indie devs seem so out of touch sometimes. And I hate to be judgmental in such a vague way, but when you grab the brass ring like that and you skyrocket to fame, and you're not answering to any publisher, I don't mean to sound like, oh, you should work with a publisher, it's not that I think any indie dev definitely has to have bureaucratic oversight, but holy crap, sometimes those bureaucratic superiors hold you to certain expectations that will ultimately benefit your game, your brand, all that stuff. But when you're talking about an indie dev who operates from the shadows, it's a natural human instinct to assume that they have goodwill, assume that they have basic decency and respect, and you find out the hard way that assumption was misplaced. JJ says it's classic kick scammer behavior, ask me. And yes, Eblo, someone in an official capacity, just to recap one last time, said, the game is real, we're working on it, and it will release. Someone was compelled to say that in the fallout of The Cake is a Lie. EB says, people wonder why I don't treat indies like a holy grail like others do. Can I say something? So I went and looked at a couple of old videos. There's a video by Team Cherry, the Hollow Knight developer, the two main devs from Team Cherry, there's a 20-minute video where they're telling you all sorts of details about Silksong. And what I'm about to say might sound a little bit judgmental or unfair. You can hold me to that if it's unfair. What I'm about to say is probably an oversimplification. However, as I looked at the Team Cherry video where they're just, explaining their games, the guy on the left, he has these certain, motions or expressions or gesticulation with his eyes. And it's exactly like the completionist. And it's like when you're looking at someone and then you really open your eyes and then, and I really want to tell you. And he kept looking at his buddy I know it's judgmental for me to just pick a random thing like that, but somehow that, and I really want to tell you about this thing. And seeing the constructionist do that, and again, that's such a vague, broad attribute to single out. So I don't have any scientific or therapist basis to say that, but I'm thinking in my head, wow, he's doing those things with his eyes exactly like the completionist does. Is this yet another person who has so much of an ego and so much righteousness that he fails to empathize with others? There, I said it. Eblo says they literally said it like that. Yeah, if you're talking about that tweet, it was completely unceremonious. I just... JJ says that these cats sound like Axiom Verge enemies sometimes when you heard them. Sorry I didn't make it far in AV. Someday. Alright, we'll watch one more of these bounce. We're winding down for the day. This has been a great time, everybody. But yeah, I guess Silksong is technically going to be free for a fair amount of Hollow Knight 1 backers. And I suppose that's maybe because Silksong was initially proposed as a stretch goal DLC, so when they expanded it to a full game, they didn't want to now charge those backers who were expecting to get the DLC included. And he said something that just sounds like out of the Toby Fox, AVGN, inefficient creator toolkit, which is to say, so Silksong was going to be a DLC, but when we thought about the ideas we had, and then it became a daunting challenge about how to program that to interlock with the base game, so we just thought we'd do our, I can't express how annoyed that lack of foresight is. JJ found a Kickstarter. Yeah, and EB says if it was supposed to be a DLC, then that's definitely creative creep. Yeah, I listened to at least one more Team Cherry bit. And when I hear about, the filling up notebooks of ideas and the very whimsical way that ideas that you keep adding in it makes my skin crawl. JJ says these guys are toast. You mean the two Team Cherry guys, Ari and William, whatever their names are? Yeah, feature creep is the reason for the burnt toast. And I've looked at Hollow Knight footage. It does look visually pretty great. So when I think about it taking 5 years to make the Cuphead DLC, I mean, without going on a tangent, when I look at the 6-year road to Penny's big breakaway, all I see is arrogance and ABGN inefficiency, and it's kind of an ego thing to be like, yeah, I need to spend these 6 years making this fairly ambitious game with a modest indie team. I think the reason why I am partly so willing to criticize Evening Star and Christian Whitehead is because they themselves roast Sega in Penny. The Emperor is Sega. The yo-yo makes Sega look foolish because Sonic Mania was so much better than a lot of other Sonic games. So I firmly believe that Penny's plot is a thinly veiled jab at Sega. Yeah, Kyo is amazed that Last Course took 5 years, right? 5 years for an $8 DLC. 5 years for a DLC. And look, it's basically a small sequel, but I assume that the studio MDHR brothers worked on nothing else for those 5 years. Now JJ says, wait, am I going to be in heat when AS2R takes a decade to finish? Well, as a starting point, I would say no, because you've been fully transparent about the timetable for AS2R. Whereas Silksong, when they announced it, they were saying it was going to come out within a year. The idea that a game that they genuinely believed would be ready in a year is now 5 years later. I can only suspect that they had a confidence crisis and they scrapped some of the work that they did. And maybe something like that happened with Half-Life 3, where they just reached an existential nightmare moment where you're like, we don't feel confident about this product anymore. And so they go maybe back to the drawing board on certain aspects, mechanics, who knows. But yeah, EB's main issue is perhaps when they promise something soon, and it's nowhere close. Yeah. You know, like Deltarune the Hedgehog has had an absolutely brutal set of, you know, we announced this timetable.
And receives $1,500 per.
Oh, and the next release is going to have chapters 3, 4, and 5. And then a great deal after that, they say, oh, it's only going to have chapters 3 and 4. And chapter 3 is a shorter chapter, right? It's comical. It's comical that it would take so long to do Delta Hog chapter 1 and 2. And then it's like, okay, now we're going to get 3, 4, and 5. So that makes sense as a long wait. And then after a bit of time goes by, he goes, just kidding. It's actually just going to be 3 and 4. And by the way, 3 is a shorter chapter. It's taking so long, and it's really only going to be 1.5 chapters, because chapter 3 will be shorter than the average chapter. Indeed, JJ will end up finishing it before the 2029 deadline. But JJ overprojected, not realizing how much you've learned from Ashura, so you aim to get it done before 29. Kyo can say that, and I'm going to read kind of what Vector had said. Kyo can say that a creative working on anything for 5 whole years would burn you out. When I think about how long it took AVGN to make his movie, it's very easy for me to imagine that after 3-4 years of doing that, that must have been horrible of a slog. It's like this thing I wrote 5 years ago, no one has seen any of this yet, and I'm still having to sit here, edit these green screen special. That must have been, and it's AVGN's own fault, but that must have been awful. So, Vector, well, let me see what Eblo... Okay, Eblo says that's the downside of working without a publisher, that pro-indie people don't like to hear. With a publisher, you have deadlines and concrete requirements. No such thing as your freewheeling. Now, that would kind of be my sentiment on it. So let's see what Vector says. The more Vector hears about the industry, especially after having been in it, the more publisher arrangements feel like a manager setting deadlines. Oh no, they feel less like a manager setting deadlines, more so a robber putting a gun to the developers' heads. Both accomplish the same thing, but the latter is more illustrative of how it tends to go. So what would be the difference between the robber gun and a more productive setting of deadlines? Vector says that's not to say auteurs and developers don't need deadlines, but you don't think publishers by default are the best to set them. But then who is? Who is? I don't think it's... All I really mean when I say someone setting deadlines is just the person who's bankrolling it. When you make a movie in Hollywood, the studio has a massive vote. They can veto things, they can request changes, and they can set deadlines. Because sweetheart Richard Williams, or whoever it was, taking a lifetime to do The Cobbler and the Thief, there's another cringe, feature creep, scope creep nightmare, The Thief and the Cobbler. And the studio, the publisher, if you will, set a deadline that he missed, so they took it away. That was the deal. I mean, but yeah, that's why JJ dips his hands into multiple creative outlets. He doesn't want to be working on one AVGN movie for 7 years. Keo would look into greasing up that there pipeline and hiring someone. JJ says a strong leader sets the deadlines and also does a lot of work too. And you're citing Sakurai as an example of that. So, you know who's the absolute flipping hero of, I guess you could say, indie devs? That is very good at not leading these things into an endless slog? That would, of course, be Supergiant Games. The almighty example of game development excellence, the studio that brought us Hades. One of the greatest games that I've ever played. And I haven't played their other games, but I've looked at a little bit of Supergiant Games' kind of development history. And when I think about the ways that they're really taking big risks with these high concept ideas, but they're doing it in a practical way. Guys, I'm gonna brag. I work on my videos in a practical way. It's very, right? Every time I make a music theory video, there are moments where I'm like, oh, I could have a cool special effect on these chord boxes. I could have the Roman numerals come in a special, but the value of my videos is primarily only ever always about the ideas. It's about the game, it's about the music. It's not about fancy presentation. Keo would love to work for Supergiant Games. Vector Sader says discipline is discipline, which is a tautology. in the case of indies, the developers themselves are bankrolling it oftentimes. They have skin in the game and can be financially ruined if things go wrong. Silksong was kicked right in the start, so that's different, but it's not as normal as you think. Yeah, when I think about, like, Cryomore, you guys ever heard of Cryomore? Cryomore is an indie game that had a great deal of hype, and they hit their Kickstarter goals, and what happened was that, right, they ran out of funding, and also at one point, they made a decision, much to the dismay of just about everyone, to switch from pixels to 2.5D. And dude, I mean, I don't know much. The only reason I know about that game is because that composer, Ivy Tran, that I used to have a song from in the Waiting Zone, she did a bunch of Sonic covers back in the day, and that's how I discovered her. Very talented pianist. She did an entire soundtrack, and they paid her. It was part of her Kickstarter, compensation. Right? We're talking about an insanely talented composer. Poured herself into the Cryomore soundtrack. And then they ran out of funding. They switched it to 2.5D. That was the buzzkill. And this has gone years and years and years and years. This is still... yeah, so... as to what Vector was saying about that, if they're bankrolling it themselves, they have skin in the game and can be financially ruined. So Cryomore ran out of funding, and because it ran out of funding, well, what happened? Is it that their company goes out of business, or more just that the one guy who's in charge of the project can now only work on it in his spare time? He can only work on it on nights and weekends. Right? So he doesn't really, as far as, you get financially ruined, well, all that really happens is that you go back to work at your day job and work on it in your spare time at an absurdly unacceptable slow pace. Yeah, EB Boy will never understand these people abandoning pixel art. I mean, looking at you, Mario and Luigi, it's gorgeous. Keo says, it's a lot of time and effort to craft good 2D. We can't just flick the wrist and make Cuphead. Banquazam, that's what you're trying to do with your videos? Adding audio clips? Wonder if should edit more or just give them the raw Twitch stream? Yeah, sorry, what do you mean by that, Banquazam? You're looking to make videos? And we are going to wrap up shortly. It's hard for me to resist hanging out and talking with you guys, and that's why we're at almost 4 hours. Keo says, a lot of time and effort to craft good 2D. Oh, I read that. Keo was thinking of this from the viewpoint of making the art. And then Eblo was confusing Supergiant with Supermassive. What is Supermassive Games made? You're not just mixing that up with the Muse sound, right? Because Muse is not as good as Radiohead. Bamquazam was wondering if you should spend more time editing a video that you already made, or just transfer your Twitch stream over to YouTube. I'm sorry, I don't quite get what you mean, because I don't know what the video that you made is. Is that itself a stream? Alright, yeah, Vector makes the point that 3D art is supposedly easier to make if your goal is to produce a wider variety of possible poses and environments. Right, because with pixel art, you have to custom design literally every possible pose, animation, instead of just making, a wireframe of Nights from Nights into Dreams and say, go do this, character. Alright, camera moves like this. Show us what it looks from the side. It's instant. Alright, Eblo says Supermassive Games has done the Dark Horse anthology. Sorry, Dark Pictures anthology. Eblo adds, Until Dawn. So they went out of business when the sun came up. Good night, everybody. I'm sorry. Vector Sader says, photorealism, tickers, gamers, TM in the funny area. JJ says, yup, and if it's hand-drawn too, that's another element to the production. Looking at you, Cuphead the Hedgehog. And Silksong has some, right, Hollow Knight, that looks like laboriously drawn by him. Sweetheart fills out 3 sketchbooks of ideas, and just hearing him talk on those interviews and just casually mention and laugh about, yeah, I filled up so many things, and, oh, think of the Ghost Suburbs. Think of all the fans out there. So yeah, everybody, as we climb up to hour number 4, I want to say thanks so much, and I'll see you tomorrow if you join us for Gaming Hangout. Of course, the Saturday stream too. It's going to have Dark Souls continued, probably one level of Sonic Spinball to start the Sonic block, and then whatever the heck we want. EB is amazed that Cuphead was animated by one person. Is that one of those Cuphead suspicious factoids? Did you know that Cuphead was animated by one human? Did you know that composer Chris Madigan never composed? This was his first composing gig. And I think it was EB who said, well, actually what it was, Alex, was he'd never composed for a video game before. But I'm going to find that. What is it, composer code? I'm pretty sure it was the Chris Madigan Cuphead composer went on the Composer Code podcast, which Composer Code guy Matt Kenyon canonically knows about my content and my channel. So that I'm 1 degree of Kevin Bacon away from the Cuphead composer. And when you think about the fact that the movie theater where I saw movie 1, Sonic movie 1, you call their line and you hear the Cuphead Hildeberg music. And that's probably unlicensed. And I shouldn't say it on the air. It's not like I'm the manager of that movie theater, though. Alright, it wasn't EB who said that. Vector, have a good night. Keo, keep the memory of Emerald Coast alive. Vector mentioned elsewhere that tropical beach environments were popular in the 2000s because water physics were a really good way to show off the power of the hardware. Oh, so that's why all of Mario Sunshine is like tropical themed. They make Toy Story, and they're like, yeah, the plastic toy figures are the easiest to render. We don't have to render any hair. But once they had enough processing power to do water, they spammed the H2O. That would be yet another great Gilly the Kid episode. Poop in games, dating in games, and finally, water in games. Keo says, good night, everybody. Don't let the giant orange cats get you in your sleep. That would be an adorable little thing to say to your young son or daughter who will drift off to sleep. I don't want to see you, I don't want to come back and put my ear up against the door and hear you playing your DS when you're supposed to be asleep. Because you know what happens to people that stay up too late. The orange cats come running, and their teeth are sharp and scary, especially at night. This has been a great time, everybody. Keo's got the shout out to Skullgirls because it's also hand-drawn and looks visually loaded with appeal. And of course, who could forget, not me, Sonic Freedom, is it called? That's hand-drawn. That looks really awesome. But yeah, EB, Keo. YouTube chat was blocked. Am I going to have to retire from streaming? Oh, no. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm so bad. It was because when I opened the tab to calculate... It's amazing that I can go multiple hours forgetting about the YouTube chat. I'm so sorry to you YouTuber audience members, but Jack Griffith, if you can still hear me, because you're saying see you later, so maybe you're here now at the end. We got some audience curiosity in Skullgirls. So Vector, have a good night. Keo, JJ, EB, Edlo, Third Bruno, Gordon Freeman, 64. Great Scott, Gordon Freeman. Bam Kazam, have a good one. Everyone else watching out there, beyond those who are in chat. And then the homies over on YouTube. I'm so sorry, YouTube. Technically, if you ever see me streaming and I don't respond, you could hop over to Twitch. It's not like it's your responsibility or your job, but if you really did want to solve the problem, technically that would be a way to do it. And I'll help the king with some Sonic 3 pro tips if I remember to look at YouTube. Yeah, Keo says, sorry, YouTube homies. I'm sorry, everybody. I had it open at the start, so now I got to come up with a fail-safe to make sure I don't accidentally close it. But bye for now, everybody. Thanks for introducing me to Choo Choo Rocket. I see the value in it, even though I had my initial concerns. So, we got kart racing this weekend. It's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We've got Rystar as a character now. It's a whole new era. We'll see you on the Discord. And I will also... I should do this now. I'll go get that YouTube comment about 808 State, where that guy lists specific songs, like, Collision Chaos is totally borrowing from it. You guys can make up your own... Whatever you think about the music influence, 808 State's music is pretty solid. I think some of you might like... If you like Sonic music, you're probably gonna... It's not like it sounds like a Sonic game, but there's enough ingredients there that I think the average Sonic fan would vibe with it. And it's no wonder that I totally believe that Ogata was into 808 State. In fact, I'm required to acknowledge that fact because of the Sonic Chaos character select screen music controversy. Good night, everybody.